Chapter 47, 75. You guys cultivate, I'll go out and take a look. Lin Xian said. The plan had already been made. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad would be in charge of the sect, while he would be in charge of things outside the sect. Of course, Lin Xian didn't leave the sect, but went to the library. He was going to take a look at the absolute arts here. The library was a special place called the Magical Arts Valley. Lin Xian was a new disciple, so he had an extra chance to look at it at the beginning. Other than that, if he wanted to look at it in the future, he would have to complete some missions. For the first time, Lin Xian didn't need any missions, so he chose to look at the Dapeng seal. He entered the Magical Arts Valley. He saw a figure casting a seal. His palms formed a seal and turned into a Dapeng, dancing between heaven and earth. The Dapeng soared into the sky. The Dapeng spread its wings. Its power was vast and terrifying. Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. At the same time, the dragon's sword spirit evolved and started to cultivate the Dapeng seal. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon and the rest were cultivating in the spiritual abode, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth and the aura of the spirit vein. At this moment, the heaven and earth shook, and the array outside shook violently. At the same time, there was a cold snort. Those inside, come out and face your death. A cold voice sounded. The Crimson Dragon opened his eyes, and the Toad jumped out. Who's courting death again? They all rose into the air and looked outside through the array formation. They saw 3 figures standing outside. Their auras were surging like gods and demons. Oh no, it's them. Yuren also flew up. When he saw the 3 people outside, his pupils shrank. Brother Dragon, Brother Toad, these 3 are very powerful. They are also experts on the stars ranking, and their rankings are much higher than by Zhen and Mo Duxing. Are they experts on the stars ranking again? And they seem to be from the Dragon Palace. Why? Are you here to help Baijin kowtow and apologize? Then hurry up and bow. The Crimson Dragon waved his hand. Courting death. The 3 people outside were Qi Nian, ranked 77th on the stars ranking. Xia Shan, ranked 75th on the stars ranking. Lu Ha, ranked 72nd on the stars ranking. The 3 of them looked cold. Since you dared to challenge the Dragon Palace, come out and accept your punishment. What about that Lin Xian? Tell him to come out and face his death. You want to challenge us with just you? The Toad sneered. I'll only use one hand. The Crimson Dragon's expression was also cold. It seemed that it was time to show his strength. The 3 of you scram. Listen carefully. 3 days later, in the primordial battlefield, we will challenge you. You want to challenge me? They laughed complacently. What a joke. No matter how strong Lanjiu was, he only dared to challenge someone ranked 90th. The 3 of them were all ranked in the 70s. They were much stronger than Tai Jintian. Could these newbies really contend against them? Qi Nian's face was gloomy and cold. He was about to make a move when he felt that Yi Futian did not know what was good for him. However, Lu Ha stopped him. It was fine. He would give them 3 days. 3 days later, he would defeat them in front of the world. Don't you think it's more interesting? Let's see if they still have the face to continue living then. Okay. Qi Nian smiled as well. Enjoy the last 3 days. 3 days later, it will be the day of your death. The 3 of them sneered and left. After returning to the Dragon Palace, they explained the situation. Lan Zilu also nodded. Very good. He would take this opportunity to severely injure or cripple them. At the same time, he sent someone to spread the news. It would be best if everyone could watch. In just 1 day, the news of the newbies' challenge spread again. Someone challenged the 7 years 3. Countless people were shocked. Who was it? They were so reckless. Could it be Lan Jiu again? No, it wasn't Lan Jiu. It was Lin Xian and the others. They wanted to challenge Lu Ha and the others. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. Were Lin Xian and the others really going to make a move? Great. They couldn't miss it in 3 days. In the Dragon Palace in the Spirit Mountain, Lan Jiu opened her eyes. Were Lin Xian and the others going to challenge Lu Ha? She didn't think that the 3 of them could succeed. At this moment, she had already joined the Dragon Palace and became a member. She had condensed the aura of the Tao of Dragon. She felt that she had become even stronger. There was no need to watch the challenge in 3 days because she felt that the outcome was already decided. It was better to continue cultivating. When the time came, she would directly challenge the top 50 on the stars ranking and become famous. In the Magical Abilities Valley, Lin Xian was still comprehending the Great Rock Seal. He didn't know what was happening outside. But even if he knew, so what? He wasn't worried. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad were very strong. Soon those people would know. 3 days passed quickly. On the primordial battlefield, countless people had gathered. They were discussing and guessing the outcome of the battle. The people from the Dragon Palace walked over. They sneered. There was nothing to guess. Those people would definitely die. No one could defeat the Dragon Palace. That was true. More than half of the True Path Sex geniuses had joined the Dragon Palace. With such strength, who would dare to challenge them? You're too confident. Say that after you succeed. In the sky, the Crimson Dragon and the others descended. There were 3 of them. The Crimson Dragon, the Toad, and Nalan Liang. Yu Rin was in charge of guarding the place. You guys really dared to come. Qin Yan looked at the Crimson Dragon and sneered. He frowned. Just the 3 of you? Where's that Lin Xian? Don't bother looking for him. He won't come because the 2 of us are enough to kill you guys. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad walked out. This time, it was the 2 of them who would fight. Only the 2 of them. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Lin Xian wasn't coming again. A sneer was heard. It seemed that this guy really used despicable means to get first place. That's right. He didn't even dare to participate. On a mountain peak, Bai Zhan gritted his teeth. That brat wasn't coming, but it was fine. He would deal with the 2 of them first, and then deal with Lin Xian later. Cut the crap. The Toad jumped out and looked at the 3 people in front of him. Are the 3 of you coming together, or one by one? I definitely won't hold back. Do I need the 3 of us to deal with you? I'll do it. Qin Yan walked out. He was ranked 77th on the stars list. He stood with his hands behind his back and flying swords circled around his feet. He said coldly, I'll give you a chance. Make the first move. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. How dare you look down on me? You'll end up miserable. The Toad sneered and used the lightning technique. He turned into a stream of light and appeared instantly. Then he used the big toad slap technique and slapped Qin Yan's face with both palms. Qin Yan's face was instantly smashed. He flew out and blood dripped from the sky. He roared crazily, damn it. Go to hell. With a roar, thousands of sword lights flew out from his body. The surrounding people exclaimed. They didn't expect Qin Yan to suffer such a big loss. But on second thought, he must have been careless. Next, the Toad was really going to die. Chapter 4776. Why? Didn't you give me a handicap of 3 moves? Why are you attacking so soon? Toad sneered. Trash, who doesn't keep his word. Trash. Qin Yan snorted. I take back my words. I don't need to show mercy to trash like you. Go to hell. Sword manipulation technique. Qin Yan used his soul to control the sword aura. It was a terrifying sword manipulation technique. No wonder he was ranked 77th on the stars list. He was much stronger than Bai Zhan and Mo Duxing. Toad moved quickly like lightning and dodged the sword manipulation technique. Then he slapped his palm down. One of Qin Yan's arms was smashed into a bloody mist. Then, Toad spat out poisonous gas into Qin Yan's body. Qin Yan was shocked. He didn't expect Toad to be so strong. When he wanted to fight back, it was too late. The poison exploded in his body. His body turned black and he fell to the ground. He was bleeding from all his orifices. Toad stepped on Qin Yan's face and sneered. You want to fight with me? You're not qualified. The surroundings were silent. What happened? The battle was over. That was too fast. Was there even 3 moves? Damn it. Xia Shan rushed over. The people from Dragon Palace looked cold. They checked and exclaimed. He was poisoned and deeply poisoned. Treat him immediately. Soon, the people from Dragon Palace carried Qi Nian away. Xia Shan walked out with a cold face. How dare you use poison? Despicable? Toad sneered. What's wrong with using poison? There are thousands of Daos. Poison is one of them. How is it despicable? If you're not strong enough, admit defeat. Kowtow to me 3 times and call me ancestor. Then I'll let you go. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. This Toad was too arrogant. However, they were shocked. Toad was very strong. Being able to defeat Qin Yan was enough to show how strong he was. However, Xia Shan was even more terrifying. Could the Toad succeed? On the mountain peak in the distance, the Crimson Dragon and the others sneered at the scene. Little White was also hugging a spiritual fruit and squeaking. Toad, come on. Defeat them. I'll give you fruits to eat. Don't worry. I'll kill him in 2 moves. Toad turned around and waved his hand. Xia Shan shouted. He waved his hands, and the ground cracked. Endless rock hands flew out. He was an earth sage. The Toad kept dodging as it sneered. You're no match for me. He spat out a poisonous mist that filled the sky. Xia Shan had long since been on guard. He unleashed countless shields and earth walls to defend himself. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands. The seal of myriad mountains. Tens of thousands of mountains descended from the sky, suppressing the heavens and the earth, covering the entire battlefield. The Toad was also suppressed. It was over. The people of Dragon Palace laughed. Bai Zhen also revealed a sinister smile. He had finally dealt with one of them. Xia Shan snorted. Qin Yan lost because of his carelessness. Otherwise, how could he have won? Ouch, it hurts so much. You've angered me. Toad, attack. Amidst the mountains that filled the skies, a figure appeared. He turned into a stream of light and charged over, piercing through the countless mountains. How could this be? Xia Shan's pupils shrank as he formed seals with both of his hands. An endless wall was formed in front of him to block the attack, while 6 shields surrounded him, the strongest defense. Boom! The Toad was also using an ultimate skill. It pierced through countless obstacles and landed on the 6-path shield. The 6 shields were shattered and Xia Shan's body was torn apart. Damn it! Xia Shan retreated. His broken body healed, but his face was extremely pale. Defeated again. Countless people were shocked. This Toad was too powerful. It had defeated 2 experts in a row. The Toad jumped up and waved in all directions. Fairies of the Dao sect, I'm still single. I'll stay in the God manor. Fairies who like me must come and find me. How could this be? Nalan Liang was stunned. The people of Dragon Palace were furious. Damn it. They wanted to use this battle to suppress the other party. Who would have thought that they would be the ones losing face? Xia Shan, come back. I'm impressed. Lu He walked up. He was ranked 72nd and his strength was even more terrifying. The Toad jumped back. The Crimson Dragon walked up. Was there a change? Countless people were shocked. Lu He snorted. Why was the Toad afraid of death? Crawling snakes would also die. The Crimson Dragon roared. Your whole family is the crawling snakes. Its body enlarged, turning into a 100-meter-long divine dragon that swept across the heavens and earth. It was actually from the dragon race. Countless people were shocked. How could the dragon race fight against the people of Dragon Palace? They were too surprised. Lu He roared. I have the aura of the Tao of Dragon too. There were indeed a few auras of the Tao of Dragon on his body. They rushed out, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws, turning into dragon shadows. The Crimson Dragon sneered. You want to fight against Ben Huang with just your aura of the Tao of Dragon? He activated his divine dragon blood, and those few auras of the Tao of Dragon directly collapsed. Lu He's face turned pale, and he took a few steps back. Damn it. It seemed that it was impossible to use dragon energy in front of the other party. Then he would use his ultimate skill. Galaxy Blade Light. A blade slashed out, turning into a galaxy that descended from the sky. The Crimson Dragon sneered. Dragon Blade. Countless scales formed a dragon blade that also slashed out. The two blades collided, shattering the heavens and earth. The primordial battlefield was also surging. After one attack, the Crimson Dragon put away the dragon blade. Lu He's body was cut in half, and he was seriously injured. You can't even withstand a single blow. You want to challenge us with your strength? Are the people of Dragon Palace trash? Countless people were in an uproar. Did the battle end with one slash? This dragon is too strong. Is he challenging the dragon race? What feud does he have with Dragon Palace? Countless people were shocked. Impossible. Bai Zhen was horrified. Lu He was also defeated. This group of people was actually so strong. No wonder he wasn't a match for them. The people of Dragon Palace also had gloomy faces. The 3 experts they sent out had actually failed one after another. This was a complete slap to their face. Do they still want to fight? A few people were discussing. The situation was unexpected. These 2 guys were very strong. Moreover, Lin Xian hadn't appeared yet. Let's go back and report to Senior Brother Zilla first. The people of Dragon Palace took the injured Lu He and the other 2 and left. Toad sneered. Go back. What Dragon Palace? They're just SO. Let's go. The Crimson Dragon snorted. This was considered a small test of his skills. He wanted to let the people of Dao Sect know that they weren't to be trifled with. Whoever dared to find trouble with them in the future would have to weigh their own strength first. Both sides returned, but this matter had spread far and wide. Countless people exclaimed in admiration. The newcomers who had entered this time were truly too strong. First, it was Lan Jiu who succeeded in her challenge. Now, it was a divine dragon and a toad who succeeded in their challenges one after another. In an instant, everyone felt a sense of pressure. At the same time, some people were discussing, what about that Lin Xian? Would he be stronger? The atmosphere in Dragon Palace was a little stifling. Lan Zilla's face was gloomy. Did all 3 of them fail? He really didn't dare to believe it. Lan Jiu also came out of Spirit Mountain. When she heard the news, she also took a deep breath. How could this be? The other party actually defeated Lu He and the other 2 and obtained a higher ranking than her. She gritted her teeth, turned around, and entered Spiritual Mountain again. If she didn't break through this time, she wouldn't come out. Next time, she would challenge those ranked in the top 50. Chapter 4777. In the Magical Abilities Valley, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had mastered the Seal of Dapeng. If others knew about this, they would be stunned. This talent was too heaven-defying. The previous geniuses had spent a lot of time cultivating the Seal of Dapeng, but Lin Xian was much faster than them. Of course, part of the reason was that Lin Xian was very talented. The other reason was because of the dragon sword spirit. The great dragon sword soul was able to deduce these divine arts, which was why Lin Xian was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. After leaving the Magical Abilities Valley, Lin Xian browsed through many ancient books in the Dao Sect. He knew that there were many sacred places in the Dao Sect. Not only that, but there were also sacred places in the Holy Abyss ancient city. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to go to the places where the ancient sages had gone to gain some insight. The Holy Abyss ancient city was huge, and there was a place called the Holy Cliff. It was said that this was the place where many ancient sages went to gain enlightenment. There were even legends that said that the ancient super powerhouses had fought a shocking battle here. Therefore, although the holy cliff was full of opportunities, it was also extremely dangerous and filled with endless killing intent. At the holy cliff, there were two figures. One was a white-haired old man. The other was a beautiful woman. The old man's face was dark. His body was stained with blood, and it was obvious that he was injured. The woman in black looked anxious. Both of them carried black giant swords on their backs. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Duguxiaoyi was very anxious. "Wait until we get back to the family to cure you." Dugusu sighed. "I'm old and useless. This time I fell into their trap and got poisoned. But don't worry, I won't die anytime soon." Someone was coming. Dugusu frowned, and a cold sword light appeared in his eyes. Duguxiaoyi was nervous, and she clenched her fists. Was the enemy chasing after them? There were low footsteps in front of them, and then a figure appeared. Duguxiaoyi and Dugusu looked over. They were stunned. They realized that it wasn't the enemy they expected, but a handsome young man in a black robe. His eyes were even more profound. Who was this? Was it a new enemy? They looked over, and when they discovered that the other party was only a middle-stage Saint King, both of them let out a sigh of relief. Even if such a person was an enemy, they would not be afraid. From the looks of it, the young man did not seem to be an enemy at all. The young man looked around curiously as soon as he arrived, as if he had come specifically for the holy cliffs. Dugusu retracted his gaze and said in a low voice, "There was no need to bother. The Saint Cliff was the place where the ancient sages descended. It was normal for people to come here to gain insights." As he spoke, he took out a large battle robe from his storage ring and covered his body to cover his blood. Duguxiaoyi also sat down cross-legged and pretended to cultivate. However, she was actually vigilantly observing her surroundings. Was this the Saint Cliff? As expected, there was a mysterious aura. Lin Xian looked around in surprise. He had heard about the uniqueness of the sacred cliffs and had rushed over. After arriving, he felt that there was something unusual about this place. At the same time, he also saw two figures in front of him. Both of them carried huge swords on their backs. They seemed to be swordsmen. What surprised him was that the old man in front of him was not simple, but his aura was very weak. Although the old man was trying his best to suppress it, there was still a black aura on his face. He had been poisoned. Although he was wearing a battle robe, Lin Xian could still tell that the old man was injured. For a supreme sage to be so severely injured, it seemed that there must have been a great battle before. Retracting his gaze, Lin Xian did not continue to pay attention. He found a place and sat down cross-legged to gain insights. Duguxiaoyi heaved a sigh of relief. The other party was not coming for them. Dugusu's expression also eased a lot. He took out a pill and swallowed it. However, the poison in his body was very strange. He could only suppress it for a while, but could not expel it. As night fell, starlight fell from the sky. This made the Saint Cliff even more magical, forming a unique vision of heaven and earth. Lin Xian was naturally happy about this. He came here to gain insights. However, Dugusu's face was cold. He was afraid that the poison would act up again tonight. While Duguxiaoyi was guarding him tightly, a sneer came from the sky. "So you've been hiding here. However, even if you're at the Saint Cliff, do you think we can't find you?" Two voices were heard. Then, two people landed and sealed the surrounding area. "Oh no, the enemy is here." Duguxiaoyi stood up abruptly, her expression changing. Dugusu's eyes also shone with a shocking light. "The two prides of the heavenly sect. You've chased me all the way here." There were two figures. One was wearing armor, the other was wearing a sword robe. They looked young and were top geniuses. Moreover, they seemed to be from the heavenly sect. They were geniuses from the heavenly sect. Duguxiaoyi's pupils shrank. She had heard of these two people before. They were top experts on the heavenly sect's profound ranking. The one in armor was called Blue Demon, while the other in a sword robe was called Saber 9. Both of their abilities were terrifying. Dugu Xiaoyi was no match for them at all. Of course, her grandfather was not afraid of these two people. However, that was when he was at his peak. At this moment, her grandfather was seriously injured and poisoned. He could not even use 1% of his strength. Facing these two people now, it would be dangerous. Is the heavens going to kill me? A look of despair appeared in Dugu Su's eyes. Dugu Xiaoyu looked around. Their surroundings were sealed. There was no way to escape, let alone hope for help. Suddenly, she saw a figure at the foot of the mountain in the distance. The man was sitting cross-legged, still cultivating. She sighed. If the other party was also a top powerhouse, that would be great. Even if they could not defeat him, he could help them escape. Unfortunately, the other party was only a mid-stage holy ruler. He could not help them at all. He could not even escape. After the two prides of the heavenly sect landed, they looked around to see if there were any traps or enemies. Southern Demon looked at the foot of the mountain in the distance, surprised. Was there another helper? Saber 9 glanced at him and chuckled. He was probably here to cultivate. There was no need to pay attention to him. Southern Demon said, "How can that be? We can't let anyone know that we're here. Since he's here, he can only blame himself for being unlucky. How about this? We'll kill him together later." The two of them did not hide their conversation at all. Obviously, to them, Lin Xian was just a holy ruler. He was no different from an ant. It would be easy for them to kill him. Dugu Su sighed. "Forget it. I have nothing to say if the heavens want to kill me. Come at me if you want. However, this young man has nothing to do with me. He's only here to comprehend. Let him go. Also, let my granddaughter go. The thing you want is with me." Chapter 4778. Senior Dugu, how impressive. However, do you still think you're the clan leader of the Dugu clan? You're already severely injured. What right do you have to order us around? Saber 9 scoffed. Southern Demon chimed in. Don't even think about letting anyone escape. You'll definitely die. This brat is unlucky, he'll go to hell. As for your granddaughter, she's so beautiful. We definitely won't kill her easily. The two of them laughed out loud, pleased with themselves. Dugu Xiaoyi's face was pale, her eyes filled with despair. Dugu Che roared angrily as well. Since you don't agree, don't blame me for fighting to the death. He roared and his aura erupted. However, the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body swayed and he fell to the ground. Ha ha ha. Both Saber 9 and Southern Demon guffawed. You want to fight to the death with us in your current state? Do you have what it takes? As they spoke, the two of them walked forward. Dugu Xiaoyi was in despair. She gripped the sword in her hand. Even if she died, she would not let these people have their way. Dugu Che sighed. Xiaoyi, it's my fault. You shouldn't have come with me this time. At the same time, Dugu Su looked into the distance and sighed. Young man, it's my fault. I hope you don't blame me. He gritted his teeth as soon as he finished speaking. Even if he died this time, he would drag Dugu Che with him. Southern Demon and Saber 9 walked forward. One of them reached out a large hand to grab Dugu Xiaoyi while the other charged at Dugu Su. At the same time, Saber 9 waved his hand and a sword Qi charged at Lin Xian in the distance. Lin Xian opened his eyes abruptly. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. To be honest, Lin Xian did not care about the previous battle at all. As he did not know either party, he did not care. However, Dugu Su was truly kind. Dugu Su wanted to protect Lin Xian even when he was about to die. Lin Xian was very touched. Moreover, these two heavenly sect geniuses were too arrogant. They wanted to kill Lin Xian while he was studying them. Since that was the case, Lin Xian could not leave them be. He waved his hand and tore the incoming sword Qi to shreds. The next moment, he said coldly, "Both of you, get out of here or you'll die." When the Southern Demon saw that the two of them were stunned, the giant hand in the sky stopped. Someone dared to meddle in their business. Who was it? So reckless? Up ahead, Dugu Xiao also opened her eyes. Did an expert come to save them? Dugu Su also had a sliver of hope. However, when they saw that the person who spoke was Lin Xian, they despaired. Dugu Xiao also said, "This fellow should have used this opportunity to escape. Why did he still dare to come?" Saber 9 smirked. "I thought some expert had arrived, but it's just a mid-level holy ruler brat. Do you know who we are? How dare you meddle in our affairs? We are from the Sky Sect and are on the Sky Sect's profound ranking." The southern demon harumphed coldly as well. Initially, he had wanted to deal with these two before giving Lin Fan a quick death. But since that was the case, he would let Lin Fan have a taste of a fate worse than death. He struck out with his palm. They were just ants in the middle stage of the Saint King realm. They could just kill them. The two of them were peak existences, a black palm with terrifying flames and monstrous, demonic chi slammed over. Not good. Dugu Xiaoyu despaired. Even a peak stage Saint King would not be able to block this attack, let alone a mid-stage Saint King. Boom! With a single palm strike, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Black, demonic chi erupted and enveloped the entire area. It was over. The southern demon turned around, intending to continue attacking Dugu Su. However, he was stunned the next moment. A voice came from behind again. "Is this all that the Sky Sect's profound ranking has? What trash? What? You're not dead." The blue demon was stunned and turned around abruptly. Beside him, Saber 9 was stunned as well. How is that possible? He was well aware of the blue demon's abilities. With this attack, the other party would definitely die. How is he still alive? Even Dugu Xiaoyi and Saber 9 were stunned. Could this young man be an expert? "Brat, who exactly are you?" Saber 9 asked coldly. He felt that this brat before him was very strange. Lin Xian said coldly, "Initially, I did not intend to meddle in your affairs, but you even want to kill me. In that case, go to hell. Are you threatening us? You must be tired of living." Saber 9's expression darkened. "There's no need for you to live." In a flash, he charged over. He struck with his sword. No one among the Saint Kings could match this strike. A golden glow erupted from Lin Xian's eyes. A pair of heavenly gods' eyes appeared. He looked down on all life. Everyone felt an immense soul suppression. At this moment, it was as if their souls were about to split apart. How terrifying! Dugu Xiaoyi felt as if her soul was about to be destroyed. A terrifying glow erupted from Dugu Su's eyes. How is this soul energy possible? Similarly, Saber 9's pupils dilated. This soul energy was too powerful. He could not resist it. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The golden eyes in the sky released reincarnation aura, directly piercing through his soul. With a loud boom, his long sword fell to the ground. Saber 9's body fell as well. His aura was gone. What's going on? The blue demon was stunned. Despair filled his face. Is Saber 9 dead? What kind of power is this? This soul. Are you a supreme saint? Impossible. Isn't your opponent a mid-stage Saint King? How can you possess a supreme saint soul? Could it be that your opponent is an old monster? Has his power been suppressed? At this thought, the blue demon was horrified. He turned around and fled. Trying to leave? Lin Xian sneered. The light of reincarnation shot out from his eyes, directly piercing through his opponent's soul. Lin Xian's pupil technique was extremely powerful. Moreover, he was not holding back at all. Therefore, there was no way his opponent could resist this attack. The blue demon's soul was instantly destroyed. There was despair in his eyes. He should not have ignored this person. However, he no longer had the right to regret. His body fell to the ground. His soul was destroyed. Is he dead? Dugu Xiaoyi was stunned. The two top geniuses in front of her, powerhouses on the profound ranking, had died just like that? She felt as if she was dreaming. One should know that these two people from before had made her and her grandfather feel despair. They had even thought of perishing together. However, They could not block the other party's gaze. What's going on? She looked at her grandfather. Dugu-su also took a deep breath. He walked forward unsteadily. Thank you for your help, fellow cultivator. How should I address you? Dugu-xiaoyi was stunned. Her grandfather was a supreme saint. Moreover, he was the clan leader of the Dugu clan. His status was extremely noble. Even when facing top geniuses, he was still an elder. However, at that moment, her grandfather was actually addressing this young man as someone of the same generation. In fact, he was even speaking with incomparable respect. She found it unbelievable. However, when she thought of Lin Xian's terrifying gaze, she understood. The person in front of her could not be judged by his age or cultivation base. He was an extremely terrifying powerhouse. Chapter 47-79. Dugu-su was also shocked. He could not see through the young man in front of him. He was a middle sage king, but had the soul of a great sage. His attacks were swift and decisive, killing in one strike. Such a person was really rare. Perhaps only those few people in the legends could do it. Lin Xian looked at him and smiled. Senior, you're too polite. Senior's kindness and righteousness were admirable. How should I address you, little friend? My name is Lin Xian, a disciple of the True Path sect. Lin Xian. Dugu-su started to recall, comparing him to those legendary experts. He realized that he had never heard of the name Lin Xian. However, he was from the True Path sect. Could he be a hidden genius of the True Path sect? No matter what, he had to befriend this person. Young master, you're an expert of the True Path sect. I'll remember your kindness in saving my life. Senior, you're too polite. Lin Xian smiled. Suddenly, he reached out to grab Dugu-su. Dugu-xiaoyi was shocked. What's going on? Is he going to attack me? Dugu-su's pupil shrank. However, he was stunned in the next moment. He realized that Lin Xian had shot out a ray of sword qi into his body and destroyed the poison. Then he retracted it. Lin Quan retracted his hand. The poison in Senior's body was terrifying. It must be a terrifying poison. I've destroyed some of it, but you'll have to go back and recuperate. So he's helping her grandfather suppress his injuries. Dugu-xiaoyi heaved a sigh of relief. However, her grandfather was helpless against this poison. Can he do it? Dugu-su's body trembled. His face was filled with shock. He felt that the threat of the poison had been greatly reduced. In other words, more than half of the poison in his body had been eliminated in that instant. That was too terrifying. This young man's methods were simply heaven-defying. Thank you, young master, for helping. Dugu-su looked at Dugu-xiaoyi and said, Come over and thank me. Dugu-xiaoyi also walked over and said, Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving me. It's nothing. I still have some things to do. I'll leave first. Lin Xian nodded and turned to leave. Looking at his back as he left, Dugu-xiaoyi asked, Grandpa, is he really that powerful? Have you recovered by more than half? Dugu said, That's right, he's too terrifying and too mystical. We must befriend this person. How great would it be if he were a genius of our Dugu clan? Dugu-xiaoyi was shocked. Although they were in danger today, the Dugu clan was still a top-notch clan. How many experts and geniuses were there in the sect? Could it be that none of them were a match for him? Seeing Dugu-xiaoyi's confusion, Dugu-su sighed. You still don't understand his strength. He had completely surpassed Southern Demon and Saber 9 from before. My guess is that he's already a great sage. More importantly, I've checked before, and he's indeed a mid-stage Saint King. Do you think an ordinary genius can achieve such heaven-defying battle prowess? He had already surpassed the scope of a genius. This time, Dugu-xiaoyi was truly stunned. Previously, she had thought that Lin Xian was suppressing his cultivation, but now it seemed that he was not in the middle stage of the Saint King realm. However, he possessed the battle prowess of a great sage. How many realms had he crossed? Perhaps even her disciple was only at this level. Dugu-su took a deep breath. He said that he would send a message to the clan and get the clan's elders to come and settle the matter here. Dugu Xiaoyi nodded and began to form a formation to send the message. This time, they had to send experts from the clan to protect them. Otherwise, even if they managed to avoid this crisis, they would probably be in danger again. Lin Xian returned to the True Path sect. Spiritual abode. He wondered how the Crimson Mountain Dragon and the others were doing. After returning, he found out that the Crimson Dragon and Toad had already challenged the experts on the new ranking list. They had successfully slapped the Dragon Palace in the face. His lips curled into a cold smile. This was just the beginning. Next, these two would probably continue to sweep the ranking list. On the other side, in the Dragon Palace's Spirit Mountain, Lan Jiu opened her eyes. She stood up and gritted her teeth. Lin Xian, I'll let you know how big the gap between us is. Previously, she had successfully challenged the 90th person, but Lin Xian had instantly challenged the 72nd person, and he had succeeded. The gap between the two sides had widened. Countless people were discussing that Lin Xian and the others were more powerful geniuses. How could Lan Jiu tolerate this? She decided to personally meet this Lin Xian and then have a duel with him and defeat him directly. This way, everyone would know the gap between the two sides. At the same time, two figures appeared in the sky outside the Holy Abyss City. They stood on the spirit boat and looked at the Holy Gulf City. Their lips curled into a smile. This ancient city, that guy must be inside. The two figures on the boat were a man and a woman. The woman was extremely beautiful and had a noble temperament. It was as if nothing in the world could compare to her. Especially his eyes, there were green flames dancing in them that could burn the 9 heavens. The man of Morong Qingqing, Lin Xian, I'd like to see what's so special about you. The mysterious woman snorted with disdain in her eyes. It was just an exaggeration. The man beside her was tall and strong. His eyes danced wildly with a domineering aura, as if he didn't care about anything. He said, "How can you believe Morong Qingqing's words? Besides, she's different from us. We were born in the top clans, but she came from a small place. She was only lucky to obtain a heaven-defying bloodline. How high could her standards be back then? The geniuses in her eyes are probably no different from ants in our eyes." The Qingcheng they were talking about was naturally Morong Qingcheng. The two people's identities were also extremely unusual. The mysterious woman was called Qing Feng, a genius of the Phoenix clan. The burly man beside her was an expert of the Tianpeng clan, called by Li Fei. Although the Tianpeng clan wasn't an emperor clan, they were still very terrifying. Rumor had it that there was a Tianpeng Bolong. It could be said that the Tianpeng clan was an extremely powerful divine beast clan. The Tianpeng clan had a top genius of this generation. He met Morong Qingqing again by chance and fell in love with her. However, Morong Qingqing's heart belonged to someone else, and she didn't care about him. Later, he found out that Morong Qingqing's lover was someone called Lin Xian. He was very angry about it. Therefore, he sent people from his clan to find out what Lin Xian was like. If he was weak, he would kill him directly. Morong Qingqing had the Phoenix bloodline, so she must have a close relationship with the Phoenix clan. Therefore, this time, the Phoenix clan also sent a proud daughter of the heavens to explore together with them. Their target this time was Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't know that he was still cultivating in the True Path sect. Chapter 4780. The two of them entered Holy Abyss City. With their strength and identity, they easily found out where Lin Xian was. He had joined the Dao sect. It seemed that he was quite strong. Qing Feng's eyes flashed. Bai Li Fei sneered. The difference in strength between the disciples of the Dao sect was huge. The strongest one was the emperor. The weakest one couldn't even block one of his attacks. He was probably at the bottom. The two of them headed to the Dao sect. They went to look for Lin Xian. In the end, they found out that Lin Xian didn't leave the Dao sect. Did he go on a mission? Qing Feng frowned and asked. However, he didn't get the same answer. No one knew where he went. Qing Feng found someone to ask about his performance after entering the Dao sect. The result was disappointing. After this guy came, his whereabouts were very mysterious. No one knew where he was cultivating. Moreover, he didn't fight for any rankings. He wasn't even on the stars ranking. I told you he's nothing to be afraid of. Bai Li Fei snorted. Qing Feng sighed. It seemed that Qing Cheng had bad taste. The genius in her eyes was just SOO. Forget it. Let's not bother about him. Let's go play in the ancient city. This was the primeval city. There were many relics of the sages here. The two of them left the Tao sect. Lin Xian was indeed not in the Tao sect. He went back for a few days and then left again. Lin Xian went to other relics of the sages to browse and comprehend. Today he returned. He found many people outside the Tao sect. What happened? He looked over. There was a woman standing in front of him. She had a huge sword on her back and was extremely beautiful. The appearance of this woman attracted the attention of many Tao sect disciples. Someone exclaimed, "What a beautiful woman!" Her stunning appearance wasn't any weaker than Fairy Lan Ziyu. She even had her own characteristics. Could it be that she was here to look for him? Lin Xian was shocked. Thinking of this, he walked forward. At this moment, a figure stopped him. "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for many days. I thought that you wouldn't dare to come back." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and looked in front of him. There was a woman in blue standing in front of him. Although she was also very beautiful, she was still a beauty. However, he wasn't happy at all. It was Lan Ziyu. "What do you want?" Lin Xian asked coldly. The surrounding Tao sect disciples exclaimed, "What a beautiful woman! Look, it's Fairy Ziyu." Countless people looked over. Who was the person standing beside Fairy Ziyu? How unfamiliar. Although Lin Xian came in first place, he kept a very low profile after coming in, so most people didn't know who he was. "Are you free now?" Lan Ziyu asked coldly. Lin Xian asked, "Are you inviting me?" When the surrounding people heard this, they were all stunned. It can't be. Who is this person? How could Fairy Ziyu personally invite him? Lin Xian, Lan Ziyu said, "You can think of it that way too. I think it's time for a duel between us. I'll let you prove my strength." "Challenge me?" Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. "You're not qualified yet. I'm not free. I'm very busy. Not just anyone can challenge me." With that, Lin Xian walked to the side. The surrounding people were all stunned. Oh my God, did this person reject it? Someone actually rejected Fairy Ziyu. How big of a heart is that? Hearing this, Lan Ziyu's face turned ugly. Since when has anyone dared to reject her? If you're a coward and don't dare to compete with me, then just say it. I can let you go. Lin Xian sneered. He really wasn't interested. His target was the people on the Holy Gulf list. He really didn't care about the stars list. "Lin Gongzi, you're here." At this moment, the woman with the giant sword on her back turned around and revealed a beautiful smile. The people around them were all staring at the scene. What's going on today? Two beautiful women had arrived. Moreover, did these two peerless beauties come for the same man? They noticed that the beautiful woman with the long sword on her back was also walking towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "So it's Miss Dugu. I wonder what you're here for." Dugu Xiao Yi, with a beautiful smile, she tilted her head and said, "I'm here to look for you, Lin Gongzi. You helped us so much before, and we haven't thanked you properly. Today we'll treat you to a meal. Come, thank you." "Okay, I happen to have time." Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Lan Ziyu said, "Didn't you say you don't have time?" She gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to break. Lin Xian glanced at her and said plainly, "I just don't have time to fight with you." With that, he didn't look at her again. Lan Ziyu's face was terrifyingly dark. Damn it, was she ignored? Or was she not as beautiful as her? She stared at Dugu Xiao Yi. Dugu Xiao Yi also turned her head and stared at her. The two beautiful women had a biting cold aura in their eyes. Dugu Xiao Yi said, "Lin Gongzi, is this person disrespectful to you? Do you need us to make a move?" No need. She's just a self-righteous woman. There's no need to pay attention to her. Lin Xian shook his head. Let's go. Dugu Xiao waved her hand and a golden chariot flew over. Pulling the chariot were two beasts, snow-white lions. They were mighty and extraordinary. Lin Xian and Dugu Xiao rose into the air and left in the golden chariot, leaving behind a group of envious gazes. Quickly go and find out who this person is. He should be from our Dao sect. Damn it, when did such a famous genius appear in our Dao sect? In their opinion, Lan Xiu must have been jealous of a beautiful woman. In the end, Lan Xiu lost. This was an earth-shattering event. Countless people quickly investigated, and the news spread throughout the entire Dao sect. Lan Xiu's face turned green. Damn it, it's not like that. She only wanted to challenge him, but she was really ignored. White Crane Tower. The entire 7th floor was booked. Several figures sat inside. One of them was a middle-aged man with a cold expression. He frowned. He still hasn't come. That kid doesn't take us seriously. This time, they weren't waiting for an important elder or patriarch of a clan of the ancients, but for a young man. And he actually made them wait for so long. This middle-aged man was naturally unhappy. What kind of status did the Dugu clan have? They would never wait for someone for so long. If it wasn't for the old man, he would have left long ago. This middle-aged man was not ordinary. He was an elder of the Dugu clan and the old man's son. His name was Dugu Hai. It turned out that after Lin Xian left that day, Dugu Xiao Yi had hurriedly sent a distress signal to the clan. Soon, the Dugu clan sent experts to protect the old man. This Dugu Hai was specially sent to protect him. Chapter 4781. Dugu Hai was ranked 16th among the old man's sons. He was also Dugu Xiao Yi's 16th uncle. He was considered young, but his strength and talent were very strong. He was already at the peak of the Saint King realm. He was only one step away from the great Saint King realm. Within 300 years, he could become a great saint. This was a very proud thing for the Dugu clan. Therefore, he was usually very arrogant. Except for his elders, he didn't care about others. Now that he had to wait for a young junior, he was naturally unhappy. When old man Dugu heard this, his face sank. He looked at Dugu Hai and said, 16th brother, remember this. Although he is young, he has the combat power of a great saint. He is a top genius, close to the emperor's son. So treat him with the same respect as you treat me. Do you hear me? If you dare to offend him and cause our Dugu clan to have no chance to make friends with such a genius, don't blame me for being rude to you. Dugu Hai said helplessly, Father, I know. Although he said so, he still didn't believe that a middle-stage Saint King had the combat power of a great saint. What kind of joke was this? He had to take a good look later. Outside the White Crane Tower, the golden chariot stopped. Dugu Xiao walked out and looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Gongzi, please. Lin Xian nodded. He didn't expect to come to the White Crane Tower again. The first time he came, he had a conflict with Bai Jin. Now he was invited by the Dugu clan. He went up to the 7th floor of the White Crane Tower and found that it had been booked. There were only these few figures. Old man Dugu was sitting there. When he saw Lin Xian, he immediately stood up and walked over. He said, Lin Gongzi, I am so happy that you can come to my banquet. Dugu Hai also stood up and looked at Lin Xian. He found that Lin Xian was indeed a middle-stage Saint King. Did such a person really have the combat power of a great saint? He didn't feel any dangerous aura from Lin Xian, so he looked down on him even more. He felt that Lin Xian was just exaggerating. Lin Xian looked at Dugu Su and smiled. Senior Dugu is too polite. You are an old senior. How can I dare to accept that? By the way, are your injuries better? Old man Dugu said as he pulled Lin Xian to sit down. It's much better now. Thanks to Lin Gongzi, you acted in time. Otherwise, the poison in my body wouldn't have been removed so quickly. At this moment, Dugahai walked over and said, Lin Gongzi, my name is Dugahai. Thank you for saving my father. Lin Xian looked at him and nodded slightly. Then he looked at Old Man Dugu again. Dugahai was taken aback. Wasn't the other party a little too arrogant, even after finishing his attack? His expression was somewhat gloomy. Actually, in Lin Xian's opinion, the other party wasn't even a great sage, so he really wasn't worth paying attention to. During the banquet, Old Man Dugu and Lin Xian chatted as they drank. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Old Man Dugu said, I really don't know how to repay you. Here are some cultivation resources. Please accept them. After saying that, Dugu Xiaoyi stood up and took out a storage ring. There were 1,000 drops of dragon marrow, 5 million caddies of divine crystals, and 2 sage ruler-grade weapons. It could be said to be quite generous. Even a peak sage ruler would be envious, let alone a mid-stage sage ruler. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm. He said, Old Man Dugu's words are too serious. I didn't save you for these things, so I can't accept them. Dugu Xiaoyi was stunned, but Dugahai sneered in his heart. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just pretending and would accept them in the end. However, he was wrong. Lin Xian really didn't intend to accept them. He had saved Dugahai for 2 reasons. He felt that being on good terms with Dugahai would be of great help to the divine union. In the future, they could make the Duga family their ally. Therefore, he really didn't care about these resources. Could it be that Lin Gongzi felt that it was too little? I can let them prepare, Old Man Duga said. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm really not senior. If you really think highly of me, then be friends with me. Who knows? I might need your help in the future. Then this old man will teach you. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. The Duga family will definitely not decline. Thank you, senior. The banquet continued. Not long after, a figure hurried to the 7th floor, reporting to the family. What's going on? Old Man Duga frowned. Didn't they say that no one was allowed to disturb them? Xiao, go and take a look. Duga Xiao stood up and walked outside. However, not long after, she returned with a pale face. What's wrong? Old Man Duga frowned. Duga Xiao said, It was Duga Lei. He seemed to have gotten into trouble outside. Xiao Lei had always been like this. Dugahai didn't mind. He said that they could just send their subordinates to settle it. Their Dugu family was considered a big family. There was nothing that they couldn't settle. However, Old Man Duga frowned. Old 16, if it's so simple, do we need the subordinates to tell us? The other party must have a big background. Xiao Yi, tell us the details. Duga Xiao Yi nodded. Grandfather was right. The person that Brother Lei offended this time was indeed not simple. It was someone from the Tianpeng family. Tianpeng family. Old Man Duga was stunned. Even Dugahai sucked in a breath of cold air. Although the Tianpeng family wasn't an emperor family, they were still a divine beast family. They were very powerful and much more terrifying than them. Dugahai's face changed. Previously, although he was arrogant, it was only towards ordinary people and sections. He had no chance of winning against the Tianpeng family. Their Duga family was completely inferior to the other party. It seemed that they had to lower their heads this time. Dugahai said, Since it was like this, then let Little Lei apologize to the other party. If it really didn't work, then they would fork out some resources and settle it peacefully. The subordinates reported that Little Lei had already settled it like this, but the other party didn't agree at all. They seemed to want Little Lei to kowtow and apologize. What? Dugahai stood up. What kind of joke was this? Kowtow and apologize? This wasn't just Dugu Lei's matter. It was their Dugu family's matter. Although the other party's family was powerful, they couldn't be so arrogant. Who was the other party to the Tianpeng family? If it was just an ordinary disciple, they would really dare to fight. The other party was the Tianpeng families by Li Fei. What? Hearing this, Dugahai was stunned. Even Old Man Dugu stood up abruptly and said with gritted teeth, This Dugu Lei really didn't have eyes. It was fine if he was arrogant normally, but he actually offended the Tianpeng family. Was he really tired of living? He had heard of the name Bai Lifei before. Although the Tianpeng family wasn't in Holy Abyss Ancient City, it was still very famous. All the families had to pay attention to it. Bai Lifei was a top genius in the Tianpeng family. Offending such a person, that was courting death. Chapter 4782. Yes, Grandpa, what should we do? Dugu Xiaoyi was also anxious. Old man Dugu said there's no other way. Looks like I have to personally apologize to them. Let's go quickly. If we're late, Dugu Lei might be killed. Old man Dugu stood up and said, go prepare the carriage. At the same time, he looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Gongzi, I'm sorry. I wanted to continue chatting with you, but now it seems that I can't. Our Dugu clan has a useless grandson. Something happened. I have to go and deal with it. Lin Xian said, I'll go with you. Maybe I can be of help. He wanted the Dugu clan to be his ally. Then he had to show enough value. Previously, he saved old man Dugu, but he felt that it wasn't enough. He wanted to go and take a look. Maybe he could completely subdue these people. Is that true? That's great. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. Old man Dugu's eyes lit up. With a young expert like Lin Xian, there might be a turning point. The group quickly set off. Dugu Xiaoyu was also happy. However, Dugu Hai was disdainful. Even their Dugu clan couldn't deal with it. What could a young man do? In his opinion, the other party was just pretending. Spirit Void Valley. It was a very famous place in Holy Abyss Ancient City. There were spirit veins everywhere. There were even a few sages who came here. At this moment, there were many figures standing in the valley. These figures were all outstanding and had powerful auras. Moreover, there were terrifying flames on their bodies. All kinds of flames could burn the 9 heavens. Among them, there were 2 figures that were abnormally terrifying. One was a woman in green, with terrifying green flames around her body. The other was a tall and sturdy man in battle armor. There was also a faint golden flame on his body. It condensed in his palm. These 2 people were Qing Feng and Bai Lifei, who came to Holy Abyss Ancient City. The 2 stood there like gods and devils. Opposite them was a young man with a huge sword on his back. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear and terror. At the same time, he looked outside the valley from time to time. He had already notified his clan. Why didn't the Dugu clan send people over? If he still didn't come, his fate would be miserable. Finally, just as he was about to lose all hope, he saw a low light shining in the sky. There was also the sound of roaring. Dugu Lei's eyes lit up. He saw a few chariots flying over with the Dugu family's emblem on them. He jumped up and clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with excitement. Great! Now that the people from his family had come, he no longer had to fear these 2 people in front of him. In the valley, the others also saw that and turned around. Even Qing Feng and Bai Lifei frowned and looked into the distance. In the distance, the war chariot stopped and several figures walked out. There were old men, middle-aged men, and young men. Is Grandpa here too? Dugu Lei's eyes were filled with excitement. Great, he could finally take revenge. Thinking of this, he snorted proudly. Old man Dugu and the others quickly landed after they arrived. Grandpa, you're finally here. Help me teach them a lesson. Dugu Lei ran over and shouted loudly. In the end, what she received was a slap from the old man. Old man Dugu sent Dugu Lei flying with a slap. Dugu Lei spun a few times in the air before landing on the ground. His teeth were broken. He said in horror, Grandpa, why did you hit me? We're the enemies, aren't we? Useless trash. You don't even know how to cultivate. You only know how to cause trouble and make enemies for your family. Do you know who you've provoked this time? Old man Dugu was so angry that his whole body trembled. It was fine if he provoked other rogue cultivators, but this time he provoked the Tianpeng family. Was that someone the Dugu family could provoke? Dugu Lei was terrified. Could it be that he had kicked an iron plate this time? Thinking of this, his face turned even paler. Old man Dugu snorted coldly. See how I'll deal with you when we get back. Then he looked forward. In front of him, two people stood there with cold smiles on their faces. It was as if they were watching a show. Old man Dugu took a deep breath. These two people were too extraordinary. Their auras were terrifying, especially that flame. It was extremely precious. Even a great saint might not be able to get it, but it appeared in the hands of two young men. He took the lead to look at the burly man. He was tall and had a violent aura. His gaze was indomitable. He should be from the Tian Peng family. Who was the girl in green next to him? She must have an extraordinary background to be able to stand side by side with the Tian Peng family. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. He waved his hand, and Dugu Hai walked up with a smile. This should be the peerless genius of the Tian Peng family, Prince Bailey Fei. He had long heard of Prince Bailey's name. Now that he had met him, he was indeed worthy of his reputation. Dugu Hai smiled and went up to greet him. However, Bailey Fei stood with his hands behind his back and looked coldly. He had no intention of paying attention to him. This scene made Dugu Hai's expression stiffen. His smile became a little ugly. This guy was too arrogant. Although the other party was from the Tian Peng family, his identity was not weak either. The other party actually ignored him. Although Dugu Hai was angry, he did not dare to act out. After all, they were at a disadvantage this time. In the valley, the other people's identities were not weak either. They were either from the top families, top sects, or people from the orthodoxies. At this moment, they were looking at this scene in astonishment. They naturally knew about the Dugu family, but they did not know about the two young geniuses in front of them. Now that they saw it, they were shocked. To be able to make the Dugu family bow their heads, they definitely had an extraordinary background. Moreover, they heard about the Tian Peng family. Could these two people be from the Tian Peng family? They were extremely shocked. Dugu Hai was ignored. Old man Dugu also sighed. It seemed that he had to take action personally. He walked up and said, Prince Bailey, this grandson of mine is useless. I don't know how he offended Prince Bailey. I want him to apologize to Prince Bailey. This time, Bailey Fei finally spoke. So it's the Dugu family. This grandson of yours is too daring. He actually dared to have ideas about my friend. I taught him a lesson, and he actually wanted to get the experts of his family to kill me. How do you think we should settle this score? On account of old man Dugu, I can spare his life. However, let's see what your Dugu family can take out. Dugu Hai's face changed when he heard this. Could it be that the other party wanted to extort them? Old man Dugu's eyes were also gloomy. Dugu Lei stood up from behind and said he's talking nonsense. I didn't want to kill them. I just saw that the girl was extremely beautiful and wanted to get to know her. They were too domineering. Chapter 4783. Old man Dugu didn't say anything and just turned his head. His cold gaze caused Dugu Lei to kneel on the ground, not daring to say anything. He knew that he had caused a disaster today. Old man Dugu turned his head and looked at Bai Li Fei with a cold look in his eyes. He asked, What does young master Bai Li Fei want? I'm a very reasonable person, and I don't want much. Bai Li Fei stretched out a finger and said, Give me a world. What, a world? Hearing this, the surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. The Dugu family's people were even more stunned. In the myriad worlds, there were a peak clan in the buried Emperor Star, the most important world. He had many other planets and worlds in his hands. These stellar worlds either did not have any saints, or they possessed extremely important metal or sources, or various other precious resources. Generally, the top clans would have a few such worlds in their hands. But now, even the Dugu family wouldn't agree to give away one. What? Bai Li Fei said with a smile. Could it be that you think that your grandson's life isn't worth a world? Since that's the case, there's no need for me to hold back. Old man Dugu's face turned completely cold. Beside him, Dugu Hai was also furious. His expression was ferocious as he roared. Bai Li Fei, don't go too far. I was polite to you before because you're from the Tianpeng family. But if you continue to be arrogant, don't blame me for suppressing you. With just you. Bai Lifei's face was filled with disdain. His 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed forward. It was like a world cage. The surrounding space was constantly shattering. Damn it, you dare to look down on me? Duguhai shouted angrily. He pulled out the huge sword on his back and slashed down. The entire world seemed like it was going to split open. Boom! Boom! Intense explosions sounded out as the huge sword broke into 2. Duguhai vomited blood and was sent flying. A terrifying crack appeared on his body. A mere Saint King dares to be arrogant in front of me? Bai Lifei withdrew his palm and sneered. How is this possible? Countless people cried out in alarm. Old man Duga's pupils shrank. Although the person in front of them wasn't a great saint, he had the battle prowess of a great saint. A peak genius. This time, the Duga family had kicked an iron plate. In this golden age, their Duga clan did not have such a genius. Perhaps they would be defeated in the future. His heart was filled with despair. However, when he saw Lin Xian beside him, he took a deep breath. Bai Lifei was at the peak of the Saint King realm, and he had the battle prowess of a supreme saint. However, Lin Xian was even more shocked. Lin Xian was only a middle-stage holy king, but he had the battle prowess of a great sage. Wasn't this even more terrifying? Thinking of this, he became even more determined to win over this young man. At this moment, Duguhai also stood up shakily. His face was extremely pale. The sword Dao Law on his body was rapidly repairing the cracks. Damn it! His expression was sinister, teeth clenched, but he didn't dare make another move. Even with his all-out attack, he still couldn't block a single palm strike from the other party. The gap between them was actually so big. Old man Dugu raised his head, looked at the other party and said, "Young Master Bailey, my grandson is in the wrong in this matter. But you're asking for too much in this world." "Why do you think it's too much?" "It seems that your grandson is indeed not worth a world. In that case, I'll send him to hell." He looked at Dugu Lei. Dugu Lei trembled on the ground in fear. He was about to faint. He exclaimed, "Grandpa, save me." He didn't want to die. Old man Dugu's face was cold. His hands clenched tightly in his sleeves. Was he going to make a move? Although he was a supreme saint, the other party had the Tianpeng clan behind him. Could he bear the wrath of the Tianpeng clan? "I've changed my mind." At this moment, Bai Lifei's lips curled into a smile. The people of the Dugu clan heaved a sigh of relief. Great, they saw hope. However, in the next moment, they fell into the abyss again. It's a pity to kill him. It's better to cripple him and let him become a cripple from now on. I really want to see how an ant can survive in such a world of martial arts. Speaking of this, his palm was like a knife slashing forward. This strike would probably shatter Dugu Lei's meridians and foundation. He wouldn't be able to cultivate anymore and would become a cripple. No, Dugu Lei was in despair. If he became a cripple, he would rather die. Old man Duga's pupils constricted. He wanted to make a move, but it was too late. The other party was too fast. Just when everyone thought that Dugu Lei was finished, a hand grabbed the other party's hand knife. A deep voice rang out. It was like 100,000 claps of thunder. Bai Lifei's palm was pushed back, shattering the void. He also took 2 steps back. His eyes suddenly shone with a shocking light. Who was it? Was it the Dugu clan's leader? Qing Feng was also stunned. Was the Dugu clan so reckless? She looked forward as well. Soon he was stunned. He realized that old man Dugu didn't make a move. Instead, it was a young man. He glanced at this person. He came with the Dugu clan. However, he had been standing to the side without saying a word. He thought that the other party was just a servant. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Bai Lifei also looked over. The light in his eyes was like a heavenly knife. It made Duguhai's hair stand on end. However, Lin Xian was completely unaffected as he stood there. Bai Lifei was surprised that the other party, could withstand his gaze. It was really surprising. "Who are you? Why are you interfering in my business?" Lin Xian looked at Bai Li Fei in front of him and sighed. He said, "Let me apologize and this matter will be over." Everyone in the valley was stunned. They looked at the figure in surprise. Who was the other party? How dare he challenge Bai Li Fei? Could it be that he had a powerful background? No way, right? When did the Dugu clan have such an expert? Why have we never heard of him? Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. Bai Li Fei's face darkened. He smiled. "I didn't hear what you said. Kid, how dare you order me?" Lin Xian said, "It's not an order, it's a warning. Because it won't do you any good if you continue." Bai Li Fei was stunned. Was he threatening him? He was the top genius of the Heavenly Rock clan. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. His bloodline was super strong and his talent was terrifying. He had always been the one who defeated everyone. No one dared to offend him. Now, there was someone younger than him who wanted to give him advice. Even old man Dugu didn't dare to challenge him. Who was this person? Qin Feng was also surprised. It had been a long time since he saw someone challenge Lin Xian. He looked at Lin Xian curiously. This person's cultivation was so weak. Where did he get his confidence from? Chapter 4784. What if I continue to attack? Bai Li Fei took a step forward and a terrifying domineering aura surged from his body. The pressure of his bloodline appeared and caused everyone in the valley to turn pale. Lin Xian sighed. "I have already given you a warning. If you continue to attack, you'll be courting death." Bai Li Fei was so angry that he laughed. "I haven't met such an arrogant person in a long time. Brat, I won't let you die so easily." A terrifying killing intent surged from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. The surrounding people were shocked. Dugu Hai's expression also changed. He shouted angrily. Damn it! They had already offended the Heavenly Rock clan. If this brat completely enraged them, the Bai Li Fei clan would really be finished. Was this brat trying to get them killed? Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to Dugu Hai. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. His opponent was indeed an expert who could arouse his interest. He also stood out, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Heavenly Rock clan? I haven't experienced it yet. If you want to attack, then come. Let me see if you have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. What's your name? I don't kill nameless people. Bai Li Fei shouted coldly. In his opinion, his opponent should be a very famous expert. Lin Xian smiled. If you can defeat me, then you can know my name. Otherwise, you don't have the qualifications. You're arrogant, but you don't have a brain. Go to hell. Bai Li Fei was completely enraged. Qin Feng, who was beside him, also shook his head and sighed. He admitted that Lin Xian was brave, but he didn't have a strategy. If he angered Bai Li Fei in such a situation, he would end up in a miserable state. He could already predict what was going to happen next. Therefore, he shook his head. He hadn't been in Holy Abyss Ancient City for long, and he had already met so many people who didn't know their place. On the other side, Bai Li Fei had already attacked. He threw out a punch. It was like a meteor shooting towards the front. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people in the valley quickly retreated. This Bai Li Fei was extremely terrifying. He wasn't someone they could fight against. If they were hit by his battle aura, they would probably be seriously injured. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He formed a hand seal, and the great rock seal flew out. Boundless golden light flickered as the divine fire condensed, forming a golden rock that flew out. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the Sky Peng's palm was blocked. Bai Li Fei was stunned. The other's pupils also shrank. Was that a rock? Could it be that this fellow was specifically challenging Bai Li Fei? Bai Li Fei's expression was somewhat ugly. His eyes were filled with a biting, cold-killing intent. He was a sky rock, yet the other party had used the great rock seal to resist. What was the meaning of this? Was this a slap to his face? Indeed, A terrifying wave of power erupted. The image of a heavenly Peng appeared behind him, fusing with his fist as he directly attacked. This power was many times stronger than before. Clearly he was angry. Lin Xian sneered. The seal of the great rock continued to be activated. The great rock seemed to have come alive. The flames on its body suddenly erupted and directly rushed over. The two sides clashed, causing the heavens to fall and the earth to split. A wave of power rushed into the 9 heavens. Did he block it? Qing Feng was also surprised. That guy was able to block the Sky Peng's attack. In other words, he also had the battle prowess of a great saint. Bai Lifei was also shocked. Although he also had the battle prowess of a great saint, the two sides were different. He was at the peak of the Saint King realm. His opponent was only at the middle stage of the Saint King realm. His opponent was 2 cultivation levels lower than him, but his strength was actually not weaker than his. This was too heaven-defying. Those legendary imperial princes were nothing more than this. Could it be that this fellow was also imperial prince? Who exactly are you? Bai Lifei roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since you attacked, you should also have a taste of my attack. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The power of reincarnation was released, forming 2 reincarnation tablets that attacked. With a loud bang, the heavens and earth were suppressed. Everyone felt as if their souls were about to be torn apart, as if they were about to be sucked into reincarnation. Bai Lifei's soul was injured and he kept retreating. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, what was this technique? Why did he feel as if he was facing a god just now? He was injured, and he could not believe how proud he was. Ever since he was born, other than a few specific people, he had never been defeated. But now, he had been defeated by someone younger than him. Furthermore, he still didn't know who his opponent was. But his opponent's strength and soul were really too terrifying. Beside him, Qing Feng's eyes burst out a shocking light. She stared at Lin Xian. This fellow was really out of her expectations. She did not expect Saint Origin Ancient City to have such a miraculous person. At the back, the people of the Duga clan were also stunned. Duga Xiao Yi's beautiful eyes were wide open. This was a peerless genius. Compared to Lin Xian, the geniuses from the clans that she had seen before were really too weak. Lin Xian was facing the top genius of the Heavenly Rock clan, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, he had easily crushed his opponent. At the side, Dugahai was also sweating cold sweat. Previously, his father had told him that Lin Xian was a peerless genius, but he did not believe it at all. He thought that the old man was exaggerating. But now he saw Lin Xian's strength with his own eyes, and his hair stood on end. Thinking about how he had mocked and ridiculed him before, he felt a burst of fear. Was such a person someone he could offend? Lin Xian was only a middle saint king, and he was already so terrifying. If he became a great saint in the future, how terrifying would he be? If there were no accidents, such a person would be comparable to a great emperor when he grew up. Old man Dugu's eyes shone with a startling light. He was now even more determined to do his best to befriend Lin Xian. He knew that his grandson was fine. He shouted coldly, "Hurry up and thank Lin Gongzi." Dugu Lei was dumbfounded, hearing his grandfather's words. He also came back to his senses. He quickly went to Lin Gongzi and thanked Lin Gongzi for saving his life. To be honest, he was a little afraid of Lin Xian, because Lin Xian was more terrifying and powerful than Bai Lifei. Such a person was not someone he could offend. "Young master, please follow me back to the family. I will definitely treat you well," Old man Dugu said with a smile. Lin Xian looked at him and said, "Old man, you guys go back first. I still have something to do here." "All right, then we will go back first. Young master, be careful. If you have any difficulties, you must tell me. Our Dugu family will definitely do our best." Then the people of Dugu family left. Lin Xian stood there and looked around. The people in the valley were whispering. They looked at Lin Xian with respect. Although it was a short battle, it showed how powerful and terrifying Lin Xian was. Probably no one dared to provoke him again. Bai Lifei did not attack again because he knew that the opponent was very strong, even stronger than him. He would only be at a disadvantage if he went up again. He gritted his teeth. He must find out who the opponent was. Chapter 4785. Qing Feng's beautiful eyes flickered. Interesting. I have to send someone to find out who he is. The two of them didn't know that the person standing in front of them was Lin Xian, the person they wanted to meet this time. What kind of expression would they have if they knew? Seeing that Lin Xian didn't leave, Bai Lifei gritted his teeth. He didn't want to stay here any longer. After all, he had been slapped in the face by Lin Xian, so he said, "Qing Feng, let's go." However, Qing Feng didn't have any intention of leaving. She said, "Why don't you go back first? I'll stay here for a while." As she spoke, her lips curled into a smile as she walked forward. This young master is really strong, but he looks very unfamiliar. Which clan is he from? The smile on Qing Feng's face made the world lose its radiance. She was beautiful, but she was usually very arrogant. Only a few people could make her smile like this. At this moment, Lin Xian also had the qualifications to do so. Qing Feng's origin was very terrifying. She came from the Phoenix clan, which was an emperor clan. She had seen too many geniuses. Strong people, like Bai Lifei, who had the battle prowess of a great sage at the peak of the Sage King realm. But for sage kings like Lin Xian, who had the battle prowess of a great sage, it was really rare. Even if there were, they would be imperial princes and princesses with the bloodline of great emperors. Others couldn't be compared to them. But this Lin Xian in front of her didn't seem to be an imperial prince. This made her curious. "If you want to know my identity, shouldn't you tell me your background first?" Lin Xian glanced at her and said indifferently, "I'm Qing Feng from the Phoenix clan." Phoenix. Lin Xian was surprised. Suddenly he thought of Qingqing. He wondered how that girl was doing. Murong Qingqing also had the Phoenix bloodline, and it was an extremely special 7-colored phoenix. If she met someone from the Phoenix clan, would she be in danger? Thinking of this, he sighed and turned around to leave. The smile on Qing Feng's face froze. She was stunned. What did he mean? Was he ignoring her? She didn't dare to believe it. She had never felt this way. Who was she? She was the proud daughter of heaven of the Phoenix clan. Since she was young, there were too many young geniuses who were pursuing her, who dared to ignore her. But now someone had done it. Damn it, could it be that this fellow is blind? For the first time, Qing Feng doubted her own appearance. Could it be that this guy is doing this on purpose to make me angry and disturb my state of mind? She frowned and looked carefully. She wanted to see how long this guy could keep up the act. However, she realized that she was wrong. Following that, Lin Xian did not bother about her at all. Instead, he began to carefully explore the Void Valley. Moreover, he kept praising it. As expected of the place where the ancient sages came from, it was indeed extraordinary. Damn it, was he really being ignored? Qing Feng gritted his teeth and wanted to argue with him. She wanted to ask him why he was ignoring her. However, at this moment, a rainbow flew over from the distance. There was a figure standing on it, causing countless people to look over. The aura it carried was too mysterious and terrifying, to the point that everyone felt their bloodlines being suppressed. So scary, a top-notch expert has come. Everyone took a deep breath. Qing Feng's eyes lit up. She also felt the suppression from her bloodline. Who was it? She found it hard to believe such a person. When she saw the figure in white on the rainbow, Qing Feng was stunned. It was her. It was actually him. Had he also come here? The eyes of the young geniuses in the valley lit up. She was a beautiful fairy. Her temperament was otherworldly. It was as if she came from the immortal world. Someone walked up and revealed a handsome smile. Where did this fairy come from? How should I address her? Another person waved his fan and smiled. Fairy, are you here to comprehend the Spirit Ruins Valley? I'm familiar with this place. Why don't I introduce you? Figures surrounded her. On the rainbow, the figure in white said calmly, "My name is Yen Ryu. I come from the Demon Emperor Mountain." Demon Emperor Mountain? Countless people were shocked. Even Ching Feng and Bai Li Fei of the Heavenly Rock clan gasped. This place was not ordinary, especially the name Yen Ryu. It shocked them even more. The other party's background was too extraordinary. However, no one knew her exact identity. It seemed to be a mystery. Lin Xian was also stunned. It was her. He had not gone to the Demon Emperor Mountain to find her. He did not expect her to come herself. There was always a layer of mist around her that he could not see through. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's lips curled up. Sword Qi surrounded his body, forming a ray of light that covered his respectful face. He had to test her strength later. If she recognized him, it would be difficult for him to make a move. In front, Yen Ryu stood on the rainbow and said in a deep voice, "I've reached a bottleneck in my flame cultivation. I heard that the Spirit Ruins Valley has a connate spirit fire. I'm fated to obtain it. I wonder who can help me. I'm willing to be your helper. If I'm willing, I won't refuse." Many people spoke up. Yen Ryu shook her head. One person was enough. Whose flame was the strongest? Once she said that, everyone stopped talking. Whoever dared to claim to be the strongest would be attacked by the crowd. However, at this moment, a cold shout was heard. "I'm the strongest." With that, a figure flew over like a heavenly rock. Bai Li Fei. Many people felt their scalps go numb, although they had lost the chance to get close to Yen Ryu, who dared to go against Bai Li Fei, the people of the Heavenly Rock race. Yen Ryu was slightly surprised. She then nodded. "It seems that they are afraid of you. That's fine too. Just give me a hand." With that, he waved his hand and a green flame appeared in his hand. It turned into a green lotus that bloomed continuously. A terrifying heat surged out. Everyone felt that their bodies were about to melt as they retreated. The Heavenly Rock's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he roared and formed his own pale golden flame to resist. It formed a flaming armor that blocked the power of the green lotus flames. Lin Xian's divine flame was still circling around. It seemed to be fearless. He did not make a move immediately. Instead, his eyes flickered. The Spirit Ruins Valley did have a connate spirit fire. However, it was very mysterious and difficult to find. "Let's begin." Yen Ryu waved her hand and the green lotus flame flew over, floating in the entire valley. Bai Li Fei used his own flame to form a golden heavenly rock that soared between heaven and earth. The two flames kept sweeping around, trying to find the connate spirit fire. Gradually, a blurry image appeared between heaven and earth. It seemed to be the shape of a cauldron, but it was too blurry and could not be seen clearly. Everyone held their breath. Was the Spirit Ruins cauldron and the connate spirit fire about to appear? Many people were shocked. Yen Ryu's eyes also burst out with a shocking light. She looked at the blurry image and said in a low voice, "It's not enough. Continue." As he spoke, more green flames flew over. Chapter 4786. Green lotuses bloomed all over the valley. Everyone retreated to the edge of the valley because the pressure was too strong. Bai Li Fei's face turned pale. Should he continue? To be honest, he couldn't keep up. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. However, he didn't want to lose face in front of Yen Ryu, so he clenched his teeth and continued. However, the power of the innate spiritual fire and the illusory cauldron was too terrifying. Bai Li Fei couldn't hold on any longer. In the end, he stepped back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Yen Ryu retracted her hand and the lotus flames disappeared. She frowned and looked at Bai Li Fei. She said calmly, "If you're not strong enough, don't force yourself out. You'll embarrass yourself." "You." Bai Li Fei's face turned black and he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, was he being looked down on? Yen Ryu ignored him and looked around. Was there anyone else who was stronger than him? Is there anyone stronger than Bai Li Fei? The crowd was puzzled. Then they looked at another person. Earlier, this guy had suppressed Bai Lifei. Some said that it was just strength. Now that they were competing with flames, could this guy do it? Yan Ruyu also looked over, and her gaze landed on a figure. Lin Xian walked out and said, "Let me try." Sword light surrounded his body, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. Yan Ruyu was confused. She felt that his aura was familiar, but she didn't think too much about it. "All right, let's try again. I hope you're stronger than Tian Peng." Bai Lifei clenched his teeth and looked at Lin Xian. He wanted to see how his opponent was going to deal with this. He admitted that Lin Xian had once suppressed him in terms of strength, but so what? To make the innate spiritual fire come out, strength wasn't enough. It required a terrifying flame. Did this guy have it? But soon he was stunned because he realized that Lin Xian really did have it. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 9 suns' divine fire flew out. It was like a sun that shone in the sky. The terrifying flame aura caused everyone's face to change. Bai Lifei's pupils shrank. Damn it! How could his flame be so powerful? Although they were both golden flames, he felt that the other party's golden flames were not any weaker than his sky flames. Who exactly was this person? Qing Feng was also surprised. What a terrifying flame! She was getting more and more interested in Lin Xian. Even Yan Ruyu was stunned. This flame was like the sun, which made her feel even more familiar. Could it be him? Her lips curled into a smile as she formed a seal with her palms. The green lotus flame flew out and bloomed between heaven and earth. On the other side, the 9 suns' divine flame had turned into 9 suns that were revolving between heaven and earth. The two worked together, causing the illusory cauldron that had appeared before to reappear. Innate fire danced inside. Furthermore, the appearance of the cauldron was becoming clearer and clearer. It was coming out soon. Innate spirit fire. Countless people exclaimed. Bai Lifei was shocked. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. How was that possible? The other party had really used it. Damn it, he was no match for his opponent in terms of flames, which made him feel a huge sense of defeat. He had lost to his opponent twice. Lin Xian was also surprised. What a terrifying flame aura. At that moment, he heard a voice beside him. I knew it. Such terrifying flames and sword chi. It was indeed you. I didn't expect you to have already come to Holy Abyss Ancient City. I told you before that I was at Demon Emperor Mountain. Why didn't you come to find me? Lin Xian smiled bitterly. It seemed that the other party had recognized him. He had said that he wanted to wait for things here to settle down before looking for him. Who would have thought that he would come early? Right? What was the use of this innate spirit fire? What a terrifying aura. And what was that illusory cauldron? That illusory cauldron should be the broken spirit void cauldron. This innate spirit fire was related to the spirit void cauldron. If you could absorb it, it would be extremely beneficial to your flame. But don't be anxious. Let's wait until the innate spirit fire is completely out. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Since the other party had recognized him, he wouldn't hide anymore. He activated the 9 suns' divine flame with all his might. In front of him, the innate spirit fire was becoming clearer and clearer. It suddenly exploded, forming a terrifying flame that was vast and mighty. It really appeared. Everyone's eyes turned red. This was the legendary innate spirit fire. Had it appeared in front of them? Quick, swallow the innate spirit fire, and it would greatly increase the flame. It could even help them break through. Some people immediately rushed over. Everyone here was a flame expert. Some threw out terrifying pagodas, while others took out terrifying cauldrons to absorb the innate spirit fire. However, as soon as they got close to the innate spirit fire, they burned. No, they screamed. 3 experts were instantly turned into ashes. The others were also severely burned. Their faces were filled with fear. Stupid things. Do you think you can get the innate spirit fire? Bai Lifei looked at the scene and sneered. Let me do it. He attacked forcefully. An illusion of a canopy appeared behind his back, and it rushed over with overwhelming force. On the other side, Qing Feng snorted. Green flames appeared in his eyes. He turned into a phoenix and danced between heaven and earth. At this moment, the two of them attacked with all their might. The innate spirit fire was also very useful to them. It was terrifying. The others retreated. They didn't dare to provoke Bai Li Fei. Moreover, they realized that Qing Feng was from the Phoenix clan. This was even more terrifying. The two of them had the combat power of a great sage. The two of them worked together and swept the area, forcing the others to retreat from the valley. Then, the two of them charged towards the innate spirit fire. They were courting death. Lin Xian snorted coldly and punched out. The 9 suns between heaven and earth were about to fall, transforming into 9 golden crows that charged towards the heavenly Peng. On the other side, Yanru's expression was also cold. She waved her hand, and countless young lotuses gathered in her hand. She slashed forward. Boom, boom. The phoenix illusion was immediately sent flying and became dim. Qing Feng's body shook and his face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "Yanru, take my strongest attack. If you can block it, I'll leave immediately." Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens. Qing Feng activated the phoenix bloodline to the extreme and attacked with her strongest attack. The sound of the phoenix rang out. At this moment, the endless void shattered. Everyone felt that their bodies were about to split open. This flame was really terrifying. Green Lotus, Sword Song. Yanru was facing such a terrifying attack. He formed a seal with his hands, and the surrounding fire lotuses turned into huge green flame, swords that swept in all directions. In an instant, Sword Qi covered the sky and covered the earth. Boom! Boom! Both of them were consummate skills. After one attack, the sky full of green lotuses bloomed and became even brighter. On the other hand, the phoenix dance of the 9 heavens was completely shattered. "You're really as strong as the legends say. I admit defeat." Qing Feng quickly retreated and left the valley. It couldn't be helped. Although her status and talent were strong, Yanru was a legendary figure. Her identity and origin were extremely mysterious. Hence, Qing Feng didn't feel embarrassed losing to such a person. Chapter 4787. Qing Feng gave up, but Bai Li Fei didn't. He shouted and unleashed the terrifying Heavenly Rock 9 slashes towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. A defeated opponent dared to fight. He formed a rock shadow and swept in all directions. The golden rock carried the power of divine fire and bloomed between heaven and earth, colliding with the sky. The two forces were really too terrifying. In an instant, the heavenly rock trembled as if it was about to split open. So strong. The other party was really too terrifying. Even the Heavenly Rock 9 slashes couldn't do anything to the other party. 9 slashes and 1. Heavenly Rock slays the dragon. The Heavenly Rock phantom behind him became even more realistic, as if it had crossed through time and space. The terrifying claws wanted to tear everything apart. The flames that filled the sky were torn apart, and the rock was also torn apart. It quickly charged towards Lin Xian. The people outside the valley were stunned when they saw the scene. As expected of the Heavenly Rock clan's bloodline, it was really too strong. Legend had it that the Heavenly Rock ate dragons. Everyone felt that Lin Xian might not be able to block it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Heavenly Rock slays the dragon. Today you can slaughter one." Look, his bloodline was also activated. Terrifying phantoms appeared behind him one after another. There was a Tyrannosaurus Rex baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, a sword dragon that swept through the 9 heavens, and an incomparably terrifying sea dragon. Each of them looked down on the world. That terrifying aura made everyone's soul almost split open. What a terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons! Was he from the Dragon Clan? The surrounding people all went crazy. The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared towards the sky and waved its claws, blocking the sharp claws of the heavenly rock. Large cracks appeared between heaven and earth. The sword dragon rushed out. The scales on its back turned into divine swords that pierced the clouds. The heavenly rock phantom was forced back. There were even many places that were pierced. The sea dragon swept out, swallowing it with the power of 10,000 seas. The 10,000 dragons fought the heavenly rock and finally tore it apart. Bilefe retreated, his body torn apart. He retreated with a face full of shock. He didn't dare to attack again. It was true that the heavenly rock slayed dragons, but it was only an ordinary dragon. If the dragon race was strong enough, they could also kill the skypung. There was nothing absolute in this world. Everything depended on one's strength. Right now, he could not defeat these dragon shadows in front of him. All right, now that the flies have been cleared, the two of us can collect the innate spirit fire. Lin Xian walked forward. On the other side, Yanryu was also blooming lotuses with each step. The two of them came to the front and felt the tremendous power coming from the innate spiritual fire. They were about to take action. However, at this moment, the void split open. Terrifying black flames swept out. One blade was aimed at Lin Xian, while the other blade was aimed at Yanryu. Clang! Lin Xian flipped his hand and unleashed the great rock spreading wings, slamming into the black flames and emitting a deafening sound. The entire valley began to shake violently. On the other side, Yanryu used the green lotus sword song and pierced through the black flames. Her eyes shone with a sharp light. Was there anyone else? Lin Xian coldly snorted. Who was it that didn't know the difference between life and death? Get out here. Two young men. Wanting to obtain the innate spirit fire was just a pipe dream. Get out of here obediently, and I'll spare your lives. Endless black flames condensed in the sky, forming an old man with a pagoda floating in his hand. The people outside the valley were terrified. Who was this? A true great saint had come. Someone's pupils shrank. I know him. His name is Emoshan. Not only is he a great saint, but he's also very terrifying. He's ranked 5,000th on the saint origin list. What? To be able to be on the saint origin list. How terrifying was his strength. Not to mention being ranked 5,000th. He was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Those two young men were in danger. Yes, although those two had the combat strength of a great saint, they were probably still a little weaker than a true great saint. Not to mention a terrifying victory, like Emoshan's. Even if they were in the same realm, the gap between them was huge. Some people could instantly kill experts of the same realm. Emoshan was a very terrifying existence among the great saints. Hearing the discussion outside, Emoshan sneered. Did you hear that? I'm not someone you can challenge. Get out of here. As he spoke, the black flames under his feet turned into a hellfire python, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Sigh reckless. Seems like I have to use some tricks. Yanryu sighed. Lin Xian sneered. How dare you be arrogant in front of me just because you're ranked 5,000th? Get out of here. The people outside had all gone crazy. These two youngsters were too reckless. Emoshan's face sank. It's been a long time since someone dared to challenge me. Since the two of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. In his opinion, the two of them were just reckless. But this time he was wrong. These two young men couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. Yanryu was extremely mysterious and had a super weapon. And Lin Xian was ranked 3,000th on the saint origin list. Compared to Emoshan, he was much higher. The black flames that filled the sky condensed and covered the sky, enveloping the entire valley. Retreat. The surrounding people retreated. At this moment, they didn't dare to go forward, because the hellfire python in front was too terrifying. They were afraid that after the hellfire python, these people would be turned into ashes. A mere hellfire python dared to fight against a real dragon? Lin Xian laughed. The 1,000-dragon bloodline behind him exploded again. He swept across the area. People from the dragon race? The great sage of Emo Shan frowned and sneered. He would kill the dragon race too. He waved the black pagoda in his hand. This was his weapon, a great sage weapon. With one attack, the power of the hellfire python became even more terrifying. It was a great sage weapon. The people outside felt the aura and were even more frightened. Although they couldn't see, they knew that the battle would end soon. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-devouring jar appeared. A terrifying aura exploded and swallowed all the hellfire python. Then, with an even more terrifying power, it rushed towards the great sage of Emo Shan. Damn it, you can actually block my great sage weapon. Emo Shan was shocked. He realized that Lin Xian also had an incredible treasure. After dealing with this woman, he charged towards Yan Ruyu. Yan Ruyu snorted. A green lotus appeared behind her and swayed gently. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The great sage of Emo Shan's body instantly turned into a bloody mist. Even his weapon, the pagoda, became dim and was about to shatter. He was terrified. It was as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. Half of his sage blood burned and severed heaven and earth, while the other half took his soul and great sage item and escaped with his life. The void broke open and Emo Shan escaped like a stray dog. The people outside were stunned. What was that black shadow? It seemed to be the great sage of Emo Shan. Was he injured and escaped? Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't dare to believe it. Qin Feng and Bai Lifei sucked in a cold breath. What happened inside? Such a shocking scene was hard to believe. At this moment, no one dared to enter the valley. It was as if the Spirit Void Valley had become a land of death. Chapter 4788. In the valley, Yanruyu looked at Lin Xian in shock. She was surprised that Lin Xian had managed to get his hands on the heaven-devouring jar. Lin Xian was even more shocked. Firstly, Yanruyu was able to recognize the heaven-devouring jar immediately. Secondly, the green lotus behind Yanruyu was so terrifying that it sent chills down Lin Xian's spine. Lin Xian felt that it was weaker than his great dragon sword soul. Yanruyu's trump card was indeed powerful. Lin Xian wondered what the true identity of this woman was. All right, time to collect the connate spiritual fire. Yanruyu smiled as the green lotus behind her disappeared. Lin Xian nodded and controlled the heaven-devouring jar to start devouring the connate spiritual fire. The connate spiritual fire was equally terrifying, and its power was comparable to that of a great sage. In fact, it was even more terrifying than the great sage of the demonic mountain. However, Lin Xian and Yanruyu had many tricks up their sleeves, and it was not a problem for them to control the connate spiritual fire. In the following days, the two of them cultivated in the Spirit Ruin Valley. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, and the people outside had already left. It was not that they did not want to enter, but they could sense a fatal danger the moment they entered. Even a great sage would not be able to enter, let alone them. Qin Feng and Bai Lifei left as well. There was no need for them to wait any longer. Only the Spirit Ruin Valley ahead of them had turned into a land of death. There were towering flames, rumbling continuously. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Lin Xian was still absorbing the connate spiritual fire. On the other hand, St. Origin Ancient City was bustling with activity again. It was time for the annual test of the 3 main orthodoxies. Lin Xian wondered how many Skype rides would be able to enter this year. The True Path sect was still bustling with activity. There were 2 figures in the crowd. One of them was surrounded by ice that made one shiver. As for the other person, there was a red leaf circling around his fingertip. With a smile on his face, the 2 of them entered the testing grounds. They passed the test successfully. Not only that, The two of them started to challenge the experts on the stars ranking the next day. Both of them successfully made it to the stars ranking. One of them was ranked 100 on the stars ranking, while the other was ranked 87. This caused the people of the Tao sect to go into an uproar. Another top-tier genius had come this time. Heavens, the man with the red leaf was even more terrifying. She was even more terrifying than Fairy Jiyu. So what? Currently, Fairy Jiyu was ranked 30th on the new list. These newcomers couldn't compare to him at all. Senior Brother Fu, this is indeed the Tao sect. It's really strong. Every single person here is much stronger than the ones we've seen before. Lu Yuan looked at the figures in front of him with excitement. Fu Hongya also took a deep breath. It's fine. Although we've just entered, we'll definitely strive for greater heights. These two people were Fu Hongya and Lu Yuan. Previously, the two of them had been cultivating in the Xiantian Pavilion. From the looks of it, they had already left the Xiantian Pavilion. He began to travel around the buried Emperor Star. On the 10th day of his arrival at the Tao sect, a piece of news swept over. Fu Hongya and Lu Yuan were both shocked. It was said that a lot of treasures were lost in the Dragon Palace overnight. They saw a monkey appearing and disappearing like a ghost, and were now pursuing it with all their might. There was even a cauldron of pills condensed from more than 10 types of dragon blood that were stolen. The people of the Dragon Palace went crazy. This cauldron of pills was meant for the Dragon Crown Prince. Now that it was lost, they couldn't bear the consequences. Thus, they frantically searched for that monkey. They definitely wouldn't let him go. Divine Residence. The Crimson Dragon and the others were anxiously waiting. That fellow little White had been gone for so long. Was there any problem? The Toad said, "Don't worry, little guy. He might not be good at other things, but he's definitely good at finding treasures." Just as he was speaking, a white figure jumped onto his head. "He's back!" The Toad cried out in alarm. The Crimson Dragon waved his hand and a formation enveloped the residence. He said, "How is it?" Little White took down the treasure bowl and poured out the things inside, piling them up into a small mountain. Naylan Liang's eyes were wide open. Yurin was also so scared that his scalp went numb. When had he ever seen so many treasures? He reckoned that the rewards he received in 10 years weren't even this much. Little White picked up a few good-looking fruits and said, "These are mine. You guys can split the rest." "Little guy, you did well." The Toad's mouth was crooked from smiling. The Crimson Dragon and the other's eyes were also shining. These things were definitely a shocking amount of wealth. In particular, he found a pill furnace that was emitting smoke. After opening it, he found 9 pills, each of them sparkling and translucent. There seemed to be a dragon's shadow revolving around it. What a terrifying pill! Naylan Liang and the others were shocked. The Crimson Dragon's eyes also lit up. It was made from more than 10 types of dragon blood. It was a great supplement. Little White blinked his big eyes as if it was delicious. However, it looked too ugly. He looked at the beautiful spirit fruit in his hand and the radiant dragon core. It seemed to be very difficult to make a decision. At this time, the entire sky outside rang out. Roars rang out one after another. Terrifying souls hid the sky and covered the earth as they searched. The formation kept shaking. Naylan Liang's scalp went numb. What was going on outside? Yurin said, "I'll go out and investigate." He walked out of the formation and quickly investigated. Soon he returned with a pale face. The people of the Dragon Palace had gone crazy. The Toad said, "It must be because of this furnace of pills." Naylan Liang said, "Why don't we hand it over? This pill looks extraordinary. If we really take it, the Dragon Palace will go crazy and attack us." The Crimson Dragon said, "Don't be afraid. How can we hand over something that is already in our hands? Besides, do they have evidence?" The Crimson Dragon took out 2 dragon cores. He said, "These 2 are for Lin Brat. We'll quickly divide the rest." If they couldn't find evidence, then it would be slander. They were all dumbfounded. Nail and Liang and Yurin also said, "Do we have a share too?" The toad said, "Of course. Everyone has a share in the divine abode." "Boss, you'll be my big brothers forever," Nail and Liang exclaimed. Yurin was so emotional that he cried, "I'll follow you forever." Next, Nail and Liang and the fishmen each received one. The remaining ones were divided among the Crimson Dragon, the Toad, and Little White. 2 were left for Lin Xian. After these people swallowed, they felt as if a volcano was erupting in their bodies. It was as if their meridians were about to shatter. Damn it, what terrifying power! Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, endless dragon roars came from their bodies, resounding through the 9 heavens. Not good. The expressions of the toad and the others changed. They didn't expect the power of this pill to be above their imagination. The sound spread out in an instant. It was too late for them to use the formation to suppress it. So much so that everyone in the Tao sect heard it. It was as if 10,000 dragons were born. Damn it. When the people of the Dragon Palace heard this sound, their eyes instantly turned red. They rushed over. When they arrived at the divine abode and saw the terrifying dragon aura below, they all roared. The thing was here. Chapter 4789. Kill! They attacked. The array below rolled and released a terrifying force that forced them back. The people from Dragon Palace were shocked. This was impossible. This array formation was too terrifying. Who was the one who set it up? They were discovered. The Crimson Dragon's expression changed. In the next moment, they put away their treasures as if they were facing a great enemy. The people inside listen up. Get the hell out here. How dare you steal the treasures of Dragon Palace? You must be tired of living. Exclamations of shock and anger could be heard. The other people in Taoist sect were also shocked. Who were these people? How dare they target Dragon Palace? Someone said that this was Bai Zhan's residence in the past, but it was taken away by Lin Xian and the rest. Was it Lin Xian and the rest? They were shocked. These people were too daring. What should they do? Nail and Yang and the rest were terrified. Should they teleport away first? No, the surroundings had been sealed. The Crimson Dragon frowned. He looked around and then flew into the sky. Through the formation, he looked outside. Why did you come to my residence? How dare you steal the treasures of Dragon Palace? Hand them over obediently and kneel on the ground. Otherwise you are dead. What a joke! Which eye of yours saw me steal your treasures? Show me the evidence. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The dragon roar from before was the evidence. The Crimson Dragon laughed. Are you crazy? What kind of evidence is the dragon roar? Ben Huang is a dragon. Can't Ben Huang sing here? With that, the Crimson Dragon roared a few more times. The terrifying dragon roar shook the 9 heavens, causing everyone's blood to freeze. This guy's bloodline is so strong. The people from Taoist sect were shocked. Someone said, I think Dragon Palace made a mistake. That was indeed the dragon's roar. This dragon must have been cultivating some kind of secret technique. The people from Dragon Palace also looked cold. Are you trying to lie to us? Then we will search for you personally. They flew down and quickly attacked the array formation. The formation shook. Although it was set up by Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, its power was formidable. However, if these people from Dragon Palace continued to attack, it would not take long for it to be broken. After all, there were too many people from Dragon Palace. Damn it, what should I do? Nailin Liang gritted his teeth. The toad said he was going to fight it out with them. However, Yurin stepped forward. Brother Long, Brother Toad, there was no need to fight with them. The Tao sect had its rules. He took a deep breath and shouted to the people from the Dragon Palace outside. According to the rules of the True Path sect, the residence was protected and no one was allowed to attack. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. Yurin had a nervous expression. To be honest, He did not dare to resist the people of Dragon Palace. But these days, when he was with Lin Xian and the others, he gradually became more confident. Furthermore, Lin Xian and the others treated him very well. They even gave him dragon pills to eat. At the critical moment, he had to step up. Compared to Nalin Liang, the Crimson Dragon, and the others, Yuren had come a few years earlier. Therefore, he was more familiar with the rules of the True Path sect. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon asked, "Is what you said true?" Yuren nodded. "It's true. As long as you stay here for a while, you will know the rules of the True Path sect." Indeed, as one of the three great orthodoxies, how could the orthodoxies kill each other? The True Path sect would definitely not allow it. Unless it was a battle of life and death, even if it was a challenge for ranking, they would not kill. Haha. The toad was amused. He jumped up and said, "Dragon Palace people, if you dare to attack again, don't blame us for informing the elders. Let the True Path sect punish you." Damn it. The people from Dragon Palace gritted their teeth. They stared at Yuren. They originally thought that the toad, the Crimson Dragon, and the others had just arrived and would not understand the rules. Who would have thought that the other party would bring out the sect rules in an instant? Let them attack again. The surrounding people were also discussing, spiritedly. Just you wait. Don't think that we can attack just because of the sect rules. One day, you will regret it. The people from Dragon Palace gritted their teeth. They hurried back to report to Lan Zilu. Lan Zilu's expression changed. Even something as important as the dragon elixir was lost. The Dragon Crown Prince would definitely be furious when he found out. Someone at the side said, "Why don't we attack quickly and kill our way in before the elders react and snatch the dragon elixir back?" No. Lan Zilu shook his head. Although he was from Dragon Palace, they did not dare to challenge the sect rules. How about this? Gather all the people on the stars ranking and hold a gathering. Aren't the dragon and the toad on the stars ranking? At that time, they would have to participate. This way, they could directly challenge them, defeat them, and even cripple them. Everything would make sense. Lan Zilu's eyes shone with an extremely cold light. The other party was still too weak to fight with Dragon Palace. Yes, we understand. My subordinates, hurry up and take action. In an instant, the undercurrent in the True Path sect was surging. A gathering about the stars ranking was quickly starting. Spirit Void Valley was covered in flames. It had become a land of death. There were no living creatures in the surroundings. Even the demonic beasts had left. On this day, two figures opened their eyes one after another in the valley. Lin Xian stood up and roared towards the sky. The 9 suns' divine fire on his body had become even more terrifying. His 9 suns' divine body had improved. His physique and strength were stronger than before. If he were to meet Bai Li Fei now, he would probably be able to completely crush him with just his strength. He was confident that he could defeat him with a single punch. The increase in strength caused Lin Xian's eyes to shine with a cold light. Previously, he had already reached the 3,000th rank in the sacred Abyss Tower. Now, it seemed that he could continue to break through. On the other side, Yanruyu's lips curled into a smile. As expected of the innate spiritual fire, it actually helped me break through my bottleneck. What are you planning to do next? Lin Xian asked with a smile. He said, "There is a sacred Abyss Tower in Holy Distant Ancient City. It's very unique. Why don't you give it a try?" However, Yanruyu shook her head. "No need. I have another cultivation method. What about you?" She looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "I'm going back to the Path sect to rest for a few days before heading to the sacred Abyss Tower. Why don't you follow me back to the Path sect?" Yanryu nodded. "I also want to see the legendary 3 great orthodoxies." The two of them soared into the sky and left the Spiritual Ruins Valley. At the same time, the terrifying flames in the Spiritual Ruins Valley also disappeared. The Path sect It had become much livelier. Many experts had returned because a grand event was about to begin. The Dragon Palace was hosting the Stars ranking gathering. Divine Talisman, the Crimson Dragon, Toad, and the others had naturally received the invitation. The Crimson Dragon's face turned cold. "Humph! Are they trying to get us to go out?" Nalan Liang said, "Ignore them. We'll just stay in the sect and see what they can do." However, the Crimson Dragon frowned. "No, we have to go. Don't forget our goal. We will definitely establish a sect in the future. That will take in a lot of people. If I don't go now, I'll be a coward. Who will dare to come to the Divine Union in the future?" Chapter 4790. Indeed, everyone nodded. However, Toad said that we don't have enough people. Although we are strong individually, we will be at a disadvantage if the other party attacks us one after another. "Don't worry. I have already sent a message to Lin Xian. He said that he is on his way back." "Is that kid coming back?" They heaved a sigh of relief. They were clear about Lin Xian's strength. Now that he was back, there shouldn't be much danger on their side. At this moment, the array outside flickered again. "Someone is coming." The Crimson Dragon frowned. "Are the people from the Dragon Palace here again?" A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, when he saw the two figures outside, he was stunned. "Who are they?" Nalan Liang was puzzled. The Crimson Dragon smiled. They were Lin Xian's former sect mates and old friends. He waved his hand and the array opened. At the same time, he flew over. "The two of you are here. Brother Dragon, it is indeed you." The two people who came were Fu Hongye and Lu Yuan. Previously, they didn't know that the Crimson Dragon and the others were also in the Dao sect. However, when the Dragon Palace besieged them previously, they were among the spectators and saw the Crimson Dragon through the array. They were shocked. Fu Hongye asked, "Where is little martial uncle? Is he here?" On the way back, the Crimson Dragon waved his hand and said, "It is good that you are here. This way, our three alliances will have another force." The two of them were on the same side. The Crimson Dragon quickly explained the situation. Fu Hongye and Lu Yuan nodded after hearing it. "No problem. We will naturally stand on little martial uncle's side. From now on, we are members of the Divine Union. All right, let's get ready to participate in the Stars List gathering." Dragon Palace, inside a spiritual mountain. A lady in blue waved her hand. Around her was an extremely terrifying ice domain. There were all sorts of snowy mountains and valleys that could freeze everything. A sage king would probably turn into an ice sculpture in an instant. Boom! Boom! Not only that, but the ice in the ice domain condensed into two ice dragons. They roared between heaven and earth, their terrifying aura shocking everyone. Ice Dragon Palm. With a strike of his palm, two ice dragons flew out. Wherever they passed, the world was sealed in ice. The blue-clothed woman retracted her palm and heaved a sigh of relief. The aura of the Tao of Dragon was indeed powerful. That strike wasn't any weaker than a peerless divine ability. "Little sister, it seems like your strength has increased again." Lan Jilu walked over and said with a smile, "You can shine brightly in this Stars List gathering." Lan Jilu nodded. She said, "This time, I have the confidence to fight for the top 10. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she asked, "Brother, do you think Lin Xian will come?" Lan Jiu's eyes flashed with a cold light when he mentioned the other party. That coward had not appeared for a few times already. Lan Jilu had said that regardless of whether he would come or not, the people around him would definitely die. "Brother, he's here. Let me do it myself. I'll let him know the difference between us." "Don't worry, I'll leave him to you," Lan Jilu said faintly. He was very confident in his sister. In another part of the forest, a dreamlike man walked out. There were many demonic beasts around him that had collapsed, their auras gone. In the distance, some Dao sect disciples saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb. This person's soul was so terrifying. Who was he? He should have entered the Tao sect with Fairy Jiu. He was called Dream Eater Wolf. After he came, he was even more low-key than Lin Xian. It was as if he had never appeared before. Who would have thought that he would be so terrifying? I feel that he can enter the top 30 of the stars list. This stars list gathering is really lively. Fairy Jiu's strength has increased greatly. I'm afraid that she will be even more terrifying. Now, another Dream Eater Wolf has appeared. Also, Lin Xian's friends are all very terrifying. I wonder what the final outcome will be. Some people exclaimed while others sneered. Don't worry, no matter how strong they are not a match for the Dragon Palace. At this moment, many people were rushing to the Tao sect. Lin Xian and Yan Ruyu were among them. The speed of the two of them was not fast, because they did not care. Instead, they were very calm as if they were playing. This was also Yan Ruyu's first time in the Holy Abyss ancient city. Lin Xian had been to a few relics of the sages before. Therefore, he was leading Yan Ryu to experience the laws of the sages. At this moment, the sound of fighting came from the forest ahead. Lin Xian looked down and saw a purple demon bull roaring at the sky. A terrifying murderous aura swept in all directions. It was fighting with a man. The sword in his hand was like an agile snake that attacked continuously. He retreated as he fought. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was still at ease. People of the Tao sect? Looking at the clothes and totems on these people, Lin Xian squinted his eyes. However, that was not what he was concerned about. What he was concerned about was the purple demon bull. Something was wrong. It seemed to be controlled. What's wrong? Yan Ryu said as she looked down in shock. Someone had taken control of this demonic beast and even changed its soul. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect Yan Ryu to notice it instantly. He also nodded. Indeed, he did not know which soul expert it was. This soul change was very subtle. Even Lin Xian was surprised. Therefore, he was prepared to investigate. The two landed and flew forward. A few figures below saw this scene and were shocked. Someone was coming, and they were heading towards the purple thunder demon bull. Did they not want to live? Although this purple thunder demon bull was only a middle saint king, it was a strange beast of heaven and earth. It was very terrifying and had infinite strength. The man who used the spirit snake sword technique snorted. Quickly dodge. Do you not want to live? However, he found that Lin Xian and Yan Ruyu did not seem to care. They directly approached the purple thunder demon bull. The purple thunder demon bull roared. Its eyes bloomed. Terrifying lightning stared at Lin Xian and Yan Ryu. Seeing this, the spirit sword man snorted. He threw out a scroll. The terrifying laws on it exploded. Only then did he stop the purple thunder demon bull. In the next moment, he came beside the two and said, "Do you two really not want to live? In order to save you, I wasted one of my treasures." Lin Xian turned his head and sighed. He did not need the other party. However, since the other party had made a move, he nodded. "Thank you for your kindness. If you know, then quickly retreat. This guy is very powerful." He saw that Lin Xian was also a middle saint king, so he reminded him. However, at this time the purple thunder demon bull was slightly injured because of the power of the scroll. It roared to the sky. Lightning continuously condensed on its body. Then his body expanded to a height of 1,000 feet. In its hand, lightning condensed, forming a giant axe. It slashed towards Lin Xian and the others. Not good. The youth's expression changed drastically, but Lin Xian and Yan Ruyu's expressions remained calm. Lin Xian wanted to attack, but at this time he was stunned and looked to the side. Chapter 4791. A figure streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, splitting everything in its path. The purple thunder demonic bull's huge body was split in half and fell to the ground. The earth split open and blood flowed in all directions. Was it dead? The spirit snake youth was stunned. Then he smiled. Great, it was his senior brother. He turned his head and saw a man in a white robe walking in the air towards him. It was him. He looked at Lin Xian and said, "Young man, sometimes you have to know when to advance and when to retreat. With your strength, it's hard to fight against this demonic bull. So the next time you meet such a demonic beast, try to escape." In his opinion, the only reason Lin Xian and the others were able to survive this time was because he had intervened. Otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. Lin Xian said, "I just felt that this lightning bull was a little strange, so I wanted to investigate it." He was telling the truth. However, the other party shook his head and sneered. He really didn't know what was good for him. The spirit snake youth said, "Looking at your clothes, you must be from the Tao sect. We are too. This is my senior brother, He Shao. He is ranked 3rd in the Tao sect." He Shao also looked at Lin Xian. "You're also from the Tao sect?" Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, I just joined the Tao sect." He Shao understood. "So it's a new disciple. Forget it. You're lucky to have met me. There are a few demonic beasts here that are not weaker than this lightning bull. If you go alone, it will be very dangerous. Follow me." After saying this, he looked ahead. Actually, he wasn't looking at Lin Xian, but Yan Ruyu. Yan Ruyu's jade-like beauty shocked even him. He asked, "I wonder who this fairy is." "I'm his friend," Yan Ruyu said indifferently, not paying much attention to him. He Shao was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian, a middle-stage Saint King, to have such a beautiful friend. However, he didn't care about the other party's cold attitude. Maybe she came from somewhere else and hadn't seen many geniuses. He believed that as long as he displayed some strength, the other party would fall in love with him. "Let's go. He Shao will lead the way." The spirit snake youth also walked over and said, "How is it? That one-hit sure kill move just now, isn't it powerful? That's my senior brother's ultimate technique." White crane palm. "Are you shocked?" Lin Xian said, not paying much attention. Indeed, he didn't pay attention to He Shao. Although He Shao was ranked 3rd on the stars ranking, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. He was curious from the beginning. Who changed the soul of this demonic bull? Didn't care? That young man was stunned. Then he said, "You said you didn't see it clearly, right? With your cultivation. How could you have seen it clearly?" "You can't keep up with my speed." Finally, he said, "You're going to watch the stars list gathering this time, right? At that time, you will see my senior brother shine again. Up ahead." He Shao also smiled. This time he had the confidence to fight for first place. Therefore, when the time came for him to display his powerful strength, this beautiful woman would come to his side. Seeing the two of them so proud, Lin Xian found it funny. Beside him, Yan Ryu also shook her head slightly. They were indeed people from 2 different worlds. However, they were in the sky while the other party was on the ground. Lin Xian didn't say anything. After all, he was going to return to the Tao sect. It wasn't a bad idea to let the other party lead the way. It would save him a lot of trouble. At this moment, the Tao sect was completely bustling. The experts on the stars list had all returned. There were also some who were training outside. This time, they were going to compete. Stars list. They were going to be famous. Near the ancient arena, there were many spectator stands. Some places were even condensed by the laws, forming pavilions and palaces. Some floated in the clouds, while others stood on the ground. The people sitting here were all extraordinary. The top 10 on the stars list each had their own palace. As the 3rd on the stars list, He Shao naturally had his own palace. At this moment, he led Lin Xian and the others into the palace. Some Tao sect disciples surrounded them. Apart from that, there were also some battle servants and maids. These were all He Xiao's subordinates. As the new 3rd on the stars list, He Xiao also opened his own palace. At this moment, these subordinates were serving tea and water. The spirit snake youth looked at Lin Xian. The 2 of them said, "Take a seat." Suddenly, he realized that the 2 of them had already sat down. They didn't seem to be nervous at all. These two guys were really weird. However, they probably didn't know what was going to happen. Although Lin Xian was a Tao sect disciple, he had just joined the sect not long ago. He probably didn't even know what the stars list was. When his senior brother revealed his identity, this guy would probably be scared silly. He couldn't wait to see the shocked expressions of Lin Xian and He Yunxiao. Thinking of this, the spirit snake youth ran over and asked, "Senior brother, we have a chance to fight for the top spot this time, right?" He Yunxiao said yes. "This time, I'm stronger than before." However, he didn't know how many experts would appear this time. The spirit snake youth said, "I heard that Fairy Zayu is very powerful. She will definitely be able to enter the top 10 this time. She might even be able to enter the top 5. I'm afraid that when she grows up, she will be able to dominate the world." He Yunxiao nodded. Fairy Zayu was indeed very talented. It wouldn't be a problem for her to enter the top 5. However, to dominate the world? I'm afraid not. Right now, your eyes are only on the Tao sect. Other than the Tao sect, there are 2 other orthodoxies. There's even the scarier glory list. That's where the real experts compete. Countless great sages yearn to be there. If you can enter the glory list, even if it's the last place, you will be able to dominate the world. So powerful. The spirit snake youth and the rest were stunned. They didn't know that Lin Xian, who they looked down on, was the 3,000th person on the glory list. If they knew, they would probably be scared silly. Someone was coming. Suddenly, He Yunxiao raised his head and looked outside. A group of people walked in majestically from the outside. Their auras were extremely majestic. Many people stepped aside. It was the people from the Dragon Palace. The spirit snake youth also looked over and exclaimed, "Fairy Zayu was among them." At this moment, Lan Zayu had dressed up meticulously. She looked like an ice goddess. The cold aura around her frightened many people. Fairy Zayu. Outside, many disciples of the Tao sect had already started shouting and becoming her followers. They couldn't help it. Fairy Zayu was extremely beautiful and talented. A fairy like her would naturally be pursued by countless people. He Yunxiao raised his head and looked over. His eyes were burning with passion. However, he then looked at Yanryu. He thought to himself, Fairy Zayu is also a genius. However, compared to this woman in white, she's still lacking. Moreover, this woman in white was obviously inexperienced. Hence, he felt that he had a higher chance of winning Yanryu. Thinking of this, he decided to perform well later. Chapter 4792. Not only Lanju, but many experts from the Dragon Palace had also come. Even Lan Zilu had come personally. He had occupied the best palace and led everyone to their seats. Many people exclaimed. He Yunxiao's pupils constricted. Did Lanju come personally? He didn't care about Lanju and thought that Lanju was weaker than him, but he was terrified of Lan Zilu. Lanju was ranked 24th on the Jade list. His strength was terrifying. If Lan Zilu wanted to kill him, he could kill him in one move. How could he not be terrified of such a person? However, this was a gathering of the stars list. Lanju was here to hold the fort and wouldn't make a move. The only person he had to pay attention to was Bu Pingfan, who was ranked first on the new list. That person was unfathomable. He had fought with Bu Pingfan a few times and had lost. However, he would definitely win this time. The Dragon Palace was indeed the most terrifying force in the Taoist sect. Their appearance made the surrounding people fearful and envious. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon and the others had also arrived. They looked ahead and snorted. "Why are you so arrogant? Sooner or later, we will trample you under our feet." Lu Yuan, who was beside him, asked, "Is Junior Uncle here?" The Crimson Dragon said he should be here. Lin Xian hadn't met up with them, so they weren't sure. However, they knew that Lin Xian wouldn't miss this opportunity. Suddenly, they frowned because they felt a sharp gaze from the Dragon Palace shrouding them. It was filled with killing intent. The people around the Crimson Dragon immediately made way. A vacuum appeared in the originally crowded area. Who are these people? How did they offend the Dragon Palace? Don't you know? He is Lin Xian's friend. What? These are Lin Xian's friends? Where is Lin Xian? Is he here? Countless people were surprised. So, the Dragon Palace was dealing with this group of people. In the palace, Lan Jiu stood up and looked ahead. She saw the Crimson Dragon, Toad, and two unfamiliar men. However, she didn't see Lin Xian. She frowned and asked coldly, "Where is Lin Xian?" Did he not appear? The Toad snorted coldly. "Even without him, I can teach you a lesson." The Crimson Dragon sneered. "You want him to appear? Let's see if the Dragon Palace has the ability." How arrogant! The people of Dragon Palace gnashed their teeth. Someone snorted coldly. "I think he's a coward. He doesn't dare to come at all." The others were also discussing, spiritedly. They had never seen Lin Xian fight before, except for the fact that he was ranked first in the test. After coming in, they never heard anything about him again. In their opinion, the other party had either run out of ideas or used despicable means to enter. He did not have much strength at all. All right, there's no need to talk nonsense with them. Let's begin. Lan Zilu said indifferently from behind. He sat there like a supreme emperor, controlling everything. The people of Dragon Palace nodded. A man walked out and said loudly, "Today, all the masters on the stars list of Dragon Palace are gathered together." It was all for the sake of holding a grand event. At the same time, he also felt that there were many geniuses who had become Dao sect disciples. Was the stars ranking going to be updated? Many people were in an uproar when they heard that. They wondered what kind of exciting battle would happen next. As for the rules, everyone should be clear about it. Dao sect's rules state that no killing is allowed. All right, who would like to come up and challenge first? Many people's eyes lit up when they heard that. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Some of the masters had been training hard so that they could be ranked on the stars list and become famous. At this moment, someone stood up. "I'll do it." This person's body carried extremely terrifying lightning. He challenged the 92nd person on the stars list right away. The two of them fought fiercely, and the lightning man actually succeeded. This made the atmosphere even more heated. In an instant, many people came out to challenge the new masters on the stars list. Two figures stood on a mountain peak far away. They were Qing Feng and Bai Li Fei. They looked at the battle in front of them, and their eyes lit up. Although they were not interested in such a battle, they were very concerned about it. Although these people were weaker than them, they were all top-notch masters and geniuses in the outside world. It was enough to show how terrifying the three main orthodoxies were. The Dao sect was extraordinary. Qing Feng said that the Dragon Palace was terrifying. They had the Dragon Prince and the Dragon Prince. The Dragon Prince had the ancient desolate body and was extremely terrifying. The Dragon Prince was even more terrifying. The Emperor's son, the only one who could compete with him, was Kuan Pingzi. It seemed like the princess of the Phoenix territory would have to fight with them. As an emperor's race, the Phoenix Ridge also had a princess. Now that the princess had awakened, her strength might not be weaker than Kuan Pingzi and the Dragon Prince. It was just that she did not come to Saint distant ancient city to cultivate. Bai Li Fei said, "Although the Skyrock clan is not an emperor's race, this time the number one in the Skyrock clan could definitely compete with the emperor's son. He might even be able to slay a dragon." He had absolute confidence in his clan's number one genius. His opponent was much stronger than him. He might even become a great emperor. In the third palace, Lin Xian looked at the scene outside and nodded slightly. His eyes lit up as he watched every battle seriously. Although these people were not as strong as him, each of them had their own merits. Lin Xian wanted to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. He would not underestimate anyone in the world. The spirit snake youth beside him shook his head when he saw Lin Xian watching so seriously. He was indeed a newcomer. Such a scene had already shocked him. If his senior brother fought later, he would be scared to tears. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen battles had passed. Some people challenged experts on the stars' ranking and succeeded, becoming famous. Some people were seriously injured and would not be able to recover in a few months. At this moment, Lan Jiu stood up from the Dragon Palace. She felt that there was no need to wait any longer. It was time to start. Lan Jiu's figure flashed, and she came to the arena. Countless people exclaimed, "Look, it's Fairy Jiu. Is Fairy Jiu going to fight? Go Fairy Jiu! Fairy Jiu! You can definitely make it to the top 10 this time." Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Lan Jiu looked at the person and said, "Go down. You are not my opponent." That person left the arena obediently. Lan Jiu looked around and said coldly, "Who wants to challenge me?" She looked around and no one dared to respond. "Then I will challenge you personally." She was currently ranked 29th. She looked at the person ranked 20th and said, "Come and fight." The person ranked 20th was also a woman. She was dressed in red and her body was covered in flames. She turned into a flaming vermilion bird. She flew between heaven and earth. Her terrifying aura made people despair. Lan Jiu looked at her opponent and did not care. Her lips curled up into a smile. She said, "You should admit defeat because you are not my match." Chapter 4793. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. The woman in red was no ordinary person. She was ranked 20th. How terrifying was she? The woman in red snorted coldly. "Lan Jiu, don't you think you're too arrogant? I want to see how strong you are to make me admit defeat." With that, she rushed over. Terrifying flames shot out of her palms, turning into a vermilion bird that danced in the air. Lan Jiu snorted and threw out 3 palms, freezing the entire world. The vermilion bird's flames and the woman in red were all frozen. The crowd was stunned. Was it over? In just 3 moves, Lan Jiu had won. This method was too terrifying. Some people exclaimed. Fairy Jiu's strength had indeed increased by leaps and bounds. She had a chance to enter the top 10. Too powerful, as expected of my goddess. In the ice, the woman in red used all her strength to say, "I admit defeat." Lan Jiu waved his hand and the ice melted. The woman in red landed on the ground, her face pale. Her internal organs had all been severely injured. She looked at her opponent with a terrified expression. It had only been a year. How did he become so powerful? Lan Jiu didn't forget about her and continued to challenge her. Come on, ranked 15th. Instantly the battle erupted again. Countless people were shocked. In the third hall, the spiritual snake youth also clenched his fists. Senior brother, Fairy Jiu is too powerful. How did her strength increase so quickly in a year? When can I reach her level? He Yunxiao said. She was Lan Jilu's younger brother and a genius of the Blue Clan. Plus, she entered the Dragon Palace and cultivated the aura of the Tao of Dragon. How could she be slow? But compared to me, she's still lacking. I can defeat her in 10 moves. He Yunxiao's eyes were filled with confidence. Then he glanced at Yan Ryu, hoping to attract her attention. But he found that Yan Ryu didn't care at all. Instead, she was chatting and laughing with Lin Xian. This made He Yunxiao's eyes turn cold. Damn it. He couldn't wait any longer. In front, the battle continued. The person ranked 15th lost. Then, Lan Jiu challenged the person ranked 9th. They exchanged 300 moves. Lan Jiu won. At this moment, her face was somewhat pale and she was also injured, but she had finally succeeded in entering the top 10. Lan Jiu's lips curled into a smile. He had achieved his goal this time. Countless people cried out in surprise, frantically shouting Lan Jiu's name. This was because they knew that Lan Jiu had created a miracle and directly charged into the top 10 of the stars ranking in just over a year's time. There were very few of them in history. In the future, his achievements would be limitless. He would definitely be able to enter the Xian ranking. Those from the Dragon Palace were also excited. Lan Zhilu nodded his head in satisfaction, said Qing Feng, and by Li Fei on a mountain peak in the distance. They were all geniuses from the Blue Clan. From the looks of it, her talent wasn't any worse than Lan Zilu's. In the future, she would be the second Lan Zilu. The two of them nodded and commented. They didn't seem too surprised, because, in their opinion, such a genius was very good, but he was still unable to compete with them. In the arena, Lan Jiu looked down after achieving her goal. She stared at Crimson Dragon and the others and asked coldly, "I'll ask again, is Lin Xian not here yet?" "There's no need for Lin Xian. I can teach you a lesson." The toad jumped out. Crimson Dragon also said, "Do you think you're very powerful? You're only ranked 9th. We don't care about you." Indeed, the two of them hadn't used their full strength in the previous battle. At this moment they were ready to attack. However, Lan Jiu snorted coldly, "You're not worthy for me to attack." She didn't care about a mere toad. The only person she wanted to challenge was Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't appear. She could only say, "Humph, coward. From now on, he's not worthy to be my opponent." Countless people were in an uproar as they discussed. This Lin Xian was definitely a coward. On a mountain peak in the distance, Qing Feng and Bai Li Fei frowned when they heard the name Lin Xian. Qing Qing's taste wasn't good. She actually chose such a man. Bai Li Fei sneered. After this, he would definitely find that Lin Xian. He was trash. It would be better to just kill him. Qing Feng nodded. He's just an ant. On the stage, Lan Jiu didn't attack the toad and Crimson Dragon. Instead, she looked at the people closer to her. She wanted to continue challenging them. In the third palace, Yanruyu looked at this scene and smiled. "He seems to be challenging you. Aren't you going to go out?" Lin Xian shook his head. "He's too weak. I'm not interested." Hearing this, Nimble Snake was stunned. Too weak? This guy dared to say that Fairy Ziyu was weak? Did he have eyes? He Yunxiao frowned. How arrogant. However, when he saw Yan Ryu's expression, he couldn't believe it. Damn it, a peerless fairy was tricked by a brat. He couldn't accept it. He wanted to go out and prove his strength. He wanted to let Yan Ryu know that he was the real expert. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stand up and walk out. Nimble Snake was excited. Great, his senior brother was going to fight. He looked at Lin Xian proudly. "Just you wait. I'll show you my senior brother's strength. I'll show you what a peerless expert is." After He Yunxiao went out, he walked into the arena and said, "Fairy Ziyu, you must be tired after so many challenges. Why don't you go down and take a rest? Next, leave the arena to me." Countless people exclaimed. It was He Yunxiao who was ranked 3rd. Was he going to fight too? Everyone was excited. He was a godlike existence in their eyes. Lan Ziyu frowned. Ranked 3rd? That gave her a lot of pressure. However, she was proud. How could she go down so easily? She said, "If you want me to go down, let's see who's stronger." The ice energy on her body became even more terrifying. It swept forward. "If that's the case, then I'll offend you." He Yunxiao shouted. His body swayed and he dashed out like lightning. Although he knew that defeating Lan Ziyu would offend Dragon Palace, he couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to prove himself in front of Yan Ryu. In front of him, everything was frozen. However, He Yunxiao was nowhere to be seen. So fast! The surrounding people were shocked. Their eyes couldn't catch a trace of He Yunxiao. In the next moment, He Yunxiao came behind Lan Ziyu and struck out with his palm. Lan Ziyu felt her hair stand on end. It was so fast that she couldn't react. When she turned around and wanted to fight back, it was too late. This palm strike sent her flying. The void shattered. Lan Ziyu's body landed outside the arena. Her blood was boiling and her face was pale. Was she defeated? Countless people exclaimed. They didn't expect that Ziyu, who was so powerful, couldn't block He Yunxiao's palm. The gap between them was too big. Chapter 4794. Damn it! Lan Jiu gritted her teeth and wanted to charge forward. Lan Jiu said, "Stop, sister. You're not his opponent." "I know." Lan Jiu gritted her teeth. Although she was ranked 9th, there was still a gap between her and the top 3. But she didn't care. She had just entered the sect for a year and was already able to achieve such results. She was definitely the genius with the fastest improvement. Her future was limitless. The stars list was only her current ranking. Her final goal was the Xian list. Only by getting on that list could she be proud of the sect. In the third hall, the nimble snake youth clapped happily. He looked at Lin Xian and Lan Jiu proudly and said, "See, my senior brother is very strong. Even Fairy Jiu couldn't block his palm. This time, he will definitely get first place on the stars list." "Not bad," Lin Xian said calmly. To be honest, he didn't care. The nimble snake youth gritted his teeth. "Not bad. Brat, do you know what an expert is?" On second thought, Lin Xian probably didn't know how strong his senior brother was. "All right, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant when my senior brother gets first place. At that time, you'll probably faint from fright." Lan Ziyu retreated to recover. Lan Jiu said coldly, "He dared to defeat my sister. I have to teach him a lesson. Chonglu, you go." At the command, a tall man from Dragon Palace walked up and came to the arena in a few steps. At the same time, he brought along a terrifying force. The spectators were in an uproar. Wang Zhonglo, ranked 2nd on the stars list. This was going to be a good show. It was going to be a fierce battle. One was ranked 2nd, and the other was ranked 3rd. Their strengths were on par. He Yunxiao narrowed his eyes. "Wang Zhonglo? All right. I wanted to challenge Bu Pingfan directly, but I'll defeat you first. Then I'll challenge the first place on the stars list. It's useless." Wang Zhonglo snorted. "You're not my opponent." As he spoke, he threw a punch. On the other side, He Yunxiao also charged forward. The two of them were fighting fiercely. Countless people widened their eyes. This was a rare fight between top experts. Gasps of surprise could be heard one after another. Even Lan Ziyu kept nodding her head because she realized that these two people were indeed stronger than her. She did not lose unjustly. Inside the 3rd palace, Spirit Snake stood up excitedly and said, "Did you see that? My senior brother is so powerful." Lin Xian glanced over and shook his head. He was going to lose this round. Lost? Everyone in the palace was stunned. Spirit Snake was furious as well. "Kid, what do you know? Can you see my senior brother's figure clearly? Do you know how powerful my senior brother is? You don't know anything. Yet you dare to say that my senior brother lost. Just you wait. Senior brother is going to win. Let's see how he will punish you." The Spirit Snake teenager gritted his teeth and observed again. The battle ahead was extremely horrifying. He Yunxiao was a member of the Crane tribe, and his speed was extremely fast. His white crane divine palm could split open heaven and earth. However, Wang Zhonglo was even more terrifying. He was like a demonic god, suppressing heaven and earth. Every punch was like a demonic mountain that swept across the world. Both sides fought for 300 moves and were evenly matched. However, He Yunxiao's face was extremely ugly. He originally thought that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He thought that he would be able to defeat his opponent in 100 moves. However, he did not have the upper hand at all. This gave him a bad feeling. It seemed that he had underestimated his opponent. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds, but so had his opponent. How strong was Bu Pingfan, who was ranked 1st now? He did not dare to imagine. At this moment, Wang Zhonglo grinned. "All right, I'm not interested in fighting with you anymore. Let's end this in one move. Buddha palm." He slapped out a palm that covered heaven and earth. The entire void was shattered. This was Wang Zhonglo's ultimate skill. Countless people exclaimed, "Who could compete with this ultimate skill?" Oh no, that He Yunxiao is in danger. He Yunxiao felt immense pressure. He did not dare to be careless and also used his ultimate skill. White Crane Divine Palm. The two palms collided, and it was as if thousands of thunderbolts had struck. The void in the entire arena turned into chaos. Everyone tensed up when they saw a figure retreating and landing directly below the arena. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Who was it? Everyone looked over and exclaimed, He Yunxiao! He was defeated. He Yunxiao was actually defeated. Countless people were shocked. Previously, He Yunxiao had shown great strength. Everyone thought that he would definitely be able to compete for first place this time. However, he could not even defeat Wang Zhonglo, who was ranked second, let alone Bu Pingfan, who was ranked first. How could it be? In the third palace, Ling Shi was stunned as if he had been petrified. His senior brother was defeated? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. This was within his expectations because he had already analyzed the situation of the battle. The people of Dragon Palace were smiling proudly. How could the experts of Dragon Palace be defeated by the opponent? How could it be? I was defeated. He Yunxiao gritted his teeth in disbelief. Had all his efforts over the years been in vain? Wang Zhonglo looked at He Yunxiao and said, Your strength has improved greatly. Unfortunately, after I joined Dragon Palace, my strength improved much faster than yours. Your strength is not bad. Why don't you join Dragon Palace? Humph! He Yunxiao snorted. Dragon Palace might be a good choice, but he had to think about it carefully. I lost this battle. My skills are not as good as his. He Yunxiao gritted his teeth, cupped his fists, and returned to his palace to treat his injuries. Senior brother, are you all right? When Ling Shi and the others saw this, they quickly supported He Yunxiao. It's nothing. I failed this time. Young master must have been careless. Young master, if you were serious, you would not have lost this time. The battle servants said quickly. The spirit snake youth also said that his senior brother's defeat was definitely because of that guy. That guy was cursing senior brother. He said that you would be defeated from the beginning. When He Yunxiao heard this, he turned to look at Lin Xian. His opponent said that he would be defeated from the beginning? A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian said indifferently, I'm not talking about a curse. It's the truth. Your strength is weaker than his. Moreover, you were so arrogant from the beginning. It's normal for you to lose. Kid, what did you say? Ling Shi was furious. He Yunxiao's face darkened. Are you criticizing me? What right do you have to criticize me? Because I'm stronger than you. Lin Xian stood up, looked at the two, and said indifferently, In your eyes, Wang Zhonglo is invincible, but in my eyes he's like an ant. I can suppress it with a wave of my hand. Am I qualified? Chapter 4795. The people in the hall were all dumbfounded. Wang Zhonglo was an ant? He could easily suppress him? What a joke! Spirit Snake jumped to his feet. He Yunxiao's face also turned cold. He felt that Lin Xian was too reckless. Kid, what's the point of saying that here? Go and say it in front of Wang Zhonglo. I think he can kill you with one slap. That's right, you're the ant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The Spirit Snake youth clamored. Lin Xian glanced at the two of them and said, So what if I say it in front of him? After saying that, Lin Xian walked outside. He Yunxiao was stunned. He thought that Lin Xian was just being arrogant in front of him, but he did not expect that. He actually dared to do that. Is that guy an idiot? Do you think you can survive in the challenge competition just because you can't kill someone? He deserves to be seriously injured and crippled. I want to see how that kid will die. He Yunxiao sneered. Even though he had lost, he was still third. He could do whatever he wanted on the stars leaderboard. If that kid dies, doesn't that mean that the white fairy will be mine? Thinking of that, he looked at Yan Ruyu. He was looking forward to Lin Xian going out to die. Outside, in the arena, Wang Zhongyang stood there and laughed loudly. Third place? You can't even withstand a single blow? Who dares to fight me? At that moment, he was extremely domineering. Countless people exclaimed. Other than Bupengfan, who was ranked first, no one else could suppress him. Dragon Palace is indeed powerful. Look, someone's coming out. At that moment, someone exclaimed. They saw another figure walk out of the third hall. Is He Yun Xiao unwilling to give up and wants to challenge him again? The people from Dragon Palace sneered. Even if he challenged Wang Zhongyang 10,000 times, he would not succeed. However, when they saw that figure, they were all stunned, because they realized that it was not He Yun Xiao, but an unfamiliar young man. Who is that? Discussions broke out one after another. The people from Dragon Palace were also stunned. Lan Ziyu's pupils constricted. She stood up and exclaimed, "It's that kid. He actually came out. What does he want? Does he want to challenge Wang Zhonglo? What kind of joke was this? After all, Wang Zhonglo was much more powerful than He Yun Xiao. He Yun Xiao only needed one strike to defeat her. In other words, if Wang Zhonglo wanted to defeat him, it would only be a matter of one palm. If she didn't dare to challenge such a person, would the other party dare to? What a joke! The other party couldn't even defeat her. Yet he wanted to challenge Wang Zhonglo. He didn't know what death was. Brother, let me go up. I want to suppress him with my own hands. Lan Ji wanted to attack. However, Lan Zilu stopped her. Little sister, no need. Let Demon Lord make a move. It's best if he can cripple this kid. A sharp look appeared in Lan Lujia's eyes. It wasn't just Lin Xian. They wanted to suppress everyone related to Lin Xian. This was the consequence of challenging the Dragon Palace. Here it comes. In the crowd, Crimson Dragon and the others smiled when they saw Lin Xian. Fu Hongye and Lu Yuan clenched their fists. It was their little martial uncle. They were worried that little Uncle Master would be all right? They had seen how terrifying Wang Zhonglo was before. Toad said, "Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Wang Zhonglo is dead meat." Hearing this, the surrounding people went crazy. They looked at Toad and exclaimed, "Someone actually thought that Wang Zhonglo would lose? Did water get into his brain?" Wang Zhonglo looked at Lin Xian's figure and sneered. "Brat, do you think you can challenge me? You didn't even make it into the stars list. An ant-like existence doesn't have the right to challenge me. Get lost," he shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder. The surrounding people laughed. The people from the Dragon Palace snorted. Indeed, in their eyes, Lin Xian was no different from an ant. He Yun Xiao, Spirit Snake, and the others sneered. However, Lin Xian didn't care. He walked to the arena calmly and looked at his opponent. "You're the second on the stars list, right? In other words, you're the strongest in the Dragon Palace. However, in my eyes, you're just SOSO. In my eyes, you're no different from an ant. If I want to suppress you, I only need one hand." Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it spread clearly in the surroundings. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The entire place was silent. In the palace, Spirit Snake's eyes almost popped out. He Yun Xiao also gasped. Damn, he really dared to say that. That's Wang Zhonglo, someone even more terrifying than me. Isn't he afraid of being killed with a slap? Kid, what did you say? Are you courting death? Wang Zhonglo took a step forward. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The surrounding people felt their hair stand on end. They felt like their souls were about to split open. At the back, Lan Ji sneered. Is this guy an idiot? Lan Jilu snorted. He's indeed trash. He deserves to die. Facing the terrifying killing intent, Lin Xian didn't care. He said indifferently, make your move. Use your strongest attack. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. This kid is too arrogant. Everyone felt like they were going crazy. Where did this unfamiliar young man get the confidence to challenge Wang Zhonglo? Tell me your name. I won't kill nameless people. Listen carefully. My name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian. The surrounding people were stunned. Then they exclaimed, Isn't this the guy who came in first in the test a year ago? Isn't he a coward? It was said that he disappeared after he came. Who would have thought that he would appear now? Countless people were in an uproar. This guy must be out of his mind. Does he really think that this is a test? What a joke. Wang Zhongluo could kill him with one finger. Everyone sneered and shook their heads. Over the past year, the people of the Dragon Palace had been saying that Lin Xian was a coward. They even thought that Lin Xian didn't have much strength. On the mountain peak far away, Qing Feng and Bai Li Fei were stunned. Lin Xian, this was the person they were looking for. How could he be so reckless? I want to see what such an idiot looks like. Their eyes lit up as they looked over. To be honest, after the battle between Wang Zhongluo and He Yunxiao, they were no longer interested. The top experts on the stars list were only SOSO. They could kill them with one slap. Hence, they didn't pay attention to him. When Lin Xian appeared, they couldn't be bothered with him. They felt that he was like a fly. Now that they took a closer look, in the next moment their bodies shook. Bai Li Fei was dumbfounded. His eyes were about to fall out. Damn it! Why is it him? Qing Feng also sucked in a breath of cold air. Impossible he was Lin Xian? The two of them recognized that the young man in front of them was the mysterious man in the Spirit Void Valley. He was the person who had defeated Bai Li Fei. Qing Feng also thought that she wasn't his match. They were very curious about the mysterious young man and wanted to know who he was. However, they couldn't find any clues about him. Who would have thought that they would meet him again? Moreover, he was the person they were looking for. Lin Xian. Chapter 4796. It wasn't the first time they had heard of this name. They had come to the ancient city for him. However, they had never seen him before. The rumors about Lin Xian were that he was a coward. They thought that they didn't like him. They even mocked Murong Qingqing for having bad taste. However, they realized that they were wrong. It wasn't Murong Qingqing who had bad taste, but them. It wasn't Lin Xian who was an idiot, but them. Damn it, how could it be this kid? Bai Li Fei gritted his teeth. He felt that his pride had been crushed by Lin Xian. He had been defeated by Lin Xian twice. Qing Feng also couldn't believe it. To be honest, she didn't know Lin Xian's identity when she first met Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's temperament and strength had convinced her and made her fall in love with him. However, she couldn't accept it when she found out that Lin Xian was Lin Xian. For a moment, both of them were stunned. At the front, Wang Zhongluo was similarly stunned. The next moment, he sneered. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be a coward. Since it's you, I don't mind sending you to hell. Since Lin Xian had challenged the Dragon Palace, he would suppress him now. He wanted to let everyone know the consequences of challenging the Dragon Palace. As he thought about this, the nomological laws on Wang Zhongluo's body started to converge on his fist. This punch could destroy heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it. Feeling this power, everyone was in despair. They knew that the kid in front of them was dead meat. Even if this punch couldn't kill Lin Xian, it could seriously injure him. It wouldn't be a problem for him to be bedridden for a few hundred years. This was the fate of an idiot. He Yunxiao and the others sneered and shook their heads. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian smiled. Given your strength, to be able to gather energy to such an extent is truly not easy. However, let me show you what true power is. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. There was a divine flame dancing on it. How dare an ant fight with me? Go to hell. Wang Zhongluo's fist, which was covered in demonic flames, rushed over. Buddha fist, demon god strike. A peerless fist technique, a peerless killing move. Everyone was shocked. This Wang Zhongluo already had the qualifications to ascend the Jade role. Sure enough, the eyes of some of the experts on the Jade list lit up and they frowned. The Dragon Palace had produced a talent. Too weak. Let me show you what a real fist technique is. Lin Xian's fist also flew out. Everyone was disdainful, but when they saw the punch, they were all stunned. That punch was like a sun descending into the mortal world. Monstrous divine flames swept out in all directions. At this moment, everyone felt like they were about to melt. What kind of flame was this? How could it be so terrifying? Everyone retreated in fear. Although there was a defensive array in the ancient arena, it could not block the flames. How could this be? People from Dragon Palace exclaimed. Lan Ziu's scalp went numb. Even though they were so far apart and she was an ice attribute martial artist, she could still feel it. The ice continued to shatter. If she got any closer, wouldn't she be reduced to ashes? The third palace. The spirit snake youth was so scared that he knelt on the ground. He Yunxiao's scalp was also numb. Was this the ant he looked down on? This punch was enough to kill him. Perhaps Wang Zhongluo was just an ant in his opponent's eyes. Wang Zhongluo could not believe it. Feeling the heat, endless cracks appeared on his body, and blood dyed his body red. How could this be? So strong! Moreover, he could not resist. At this moment, his opponent gave him the feeling of a god, an existence he could not defeat. He knew that he was wrong. Everyone was wrong. The other party was not a coward. The other party was a genuine expert. And he was extremely low-key, only showing his fangs now. No, block it for me. He roared with all his might. He channeled his power to the extreme, and even the precepts on his body burned. No matter what, he had to block this attack. But could he block it? With one punch, his divine demon strike was shattered. His arm was broken and turned into a bloody mist. His body kept cracking and turning into countless pieces. Was he going to die? Wang Zhongluo's face was filled with despair. It was the first time he experienced the feeling of death. Boom, boom. At this moment, the apocalyptic crisis shrouded him. Then it turned into a huge palm and slammed him to the ground. Wang Zhongyang was defeated with one blow. The entire scene was silent, and everyone felt like they were dreaming. They could not believe it. Wang Zhongluo was so terrifying. He was ranked second on the stars ranking, but he was slapped to the ground like a fly. Was he dead? The people from Dragon Palace became nervous. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and snorted. If it were not for the rules of Path Sect, you would be a dead man now. However, with this punch of mine, you can forget about standing up for 100 years. Lin Xian did not kill him because Path Sect had rules, unless it was a battle of life and death. However, he did not care. Wang Zhongluo was like an ant in his eyes. There was no difference whether he was dead or alive. He wanted to shock him. Today, he was here to slap Dragon Palace's face. Unable to stand up for 100 years. This was no different from crippling Wang Zhongluo. The gap between geniuses could be a world of difference in 1 year, let alone 100 years. After 100 years, how high would these people stand? Wang Zhongluo was completely crippled. Puffed. Wang Zhongluo's face was filled with despair. He spat out blood and fainted. At this moment, Lin Xian looked around and asked calmly, "Who dares to fight with me?" Everyone lowered their heads. What a joke! They could not even take a blow from Wang Zhongluo, let alone the others. Even Bu Pingfan, who was ranked first, was no match for him. How could this be? How could he be so strong? The people from Dragon Palace were in despair. Lan Ziu's body was trembling. She looked down on Lin Xian and thought he was a coward. Now, she felt like she had been slapped in the face. Lin Xian was looking down on her. She was probably no different from an ant in his eyes. She was proud of being ranked 9th on the stars ranking. But now she was in despair. So what if she was ranked 9th? The expert ranked 2nd could not even take a blow from Lin Xian. If she went up, she would definitely die. In the third palace, the young man from Spirit Snake fainted. What kind of person did he offend? He Yunxiao was also trembling, and his face was filled with fear. No wonder Lin Xian dared to say such words. Lin Xian had the strength to do so. He dared to have designs on Lin Xian's woman? Wasn't he courting death? Fortunately, he did not show too much, or he would definitely be dead. Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. From today onwards, he could never offend this terrifying existence. That's great. Well done. Toad, Crimson Dragon, and the rest cheered. Fu Hongye and Lu Yuan were stupefied. Their junior martial uncle had already become so terrifying. Chapter 4797. On the Mountain Peak, by Li Fei gritted his teeth. Damn it, it was indeed this guy. The other party's strength was unfathomable. Wang Zhonglo was carried down, and the people from Dragon Palace looked gloomy. Lan Zhilu said coldly, "Aren't you a little too ruthless? It was just a challenge. Why did you have to injure him so severely? Why do you think I'm ruthless? How did the Dragon Palace treat me during the test? More than a dozen hunters tried to kill me. At that time, you were trying to kill me. If it wasn't for the rules of Dao sect, he would be a dead man now." Lin Xian's cold voice was heard, and the surrounding people were in an uproar. There was actually such a thing. Most of them didn't know what happened at the test ground, and they were shocked when they heard it. No wonder this person wanted to challenge Dragon Palace. He was almost killed by Dragon Palace. Are you sure you want to be enemies with Dragon Palace? Lan Zhilu walked up, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. No one had ever dared to go against Dragon Palace, no matter how strong the genius was. Why, you're not convinced. If you're not convinced, you can make a move. Even if it's you, I can suppress you with one palm. The surrounding people were going crazy. After defeating Wang Zhonglo, this guy wanted to challenge Lan Zhilu again? The people from Dragon Palace shouted angrily. Lan Ziyu even stood up and said, "Kid, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I admit that you're very strong. You defeated Wang Zhonglo and can even become #1 on the stars ranking. But so what? My brother is an expert on the Jade ranking, and he's ranked 24. Do you know the difference between the stars ranking and the Jade ranking? Anyone in the top 30 of the Jade ranking can suppress the #1 on the stars ranking with one hand. What qualifications do you have to challenge my brother?" The surrounding people were also discussing spiritedly. Indeed, there were two rankings. One was in the sky, while the other was on the ground. It was difficult for the people on the stars ranking to compete with the people on the Jade ranking, let alone the one ranked 24. How would a frog at the bottom of a well know my strength? Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his head slightly. Lan Ziyu was mad. Was he looking down on him? Damn it. Lan Zhilu also laughed. "So you're challenging me?" Lin Xian shook his head. "You're wrong. I'm not challenging you, but suppressing you. You're not qualified to be my opponent." This guy was too arrogant. Countless people were shocked. He Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He felt that the other party was a little too arrogant. If Lan Zilu really attacked, this Lin Xian would most likely be dead for sure. Everyone was once again worried about Lin Xian. On a mountain peak far away, by Li Fei snorted coldly. What do a bunch of ants know? Forget about Lan Zilu. Even the #1 on the Jade list was also unable to hurt this brat at all. This was because his opponent possessed the battle prowess of a great sage. Just you wait, that Lan Zilu will definitely die. By Li Fei snorted coldly. In the arena, Lin Xian stared at Lan Zilu. He said, "You were the one in charge of the test, weren't you? You allowed your subordinates to try and kill me. Today, it's time to settle the score. How do you want to calculate it? Call your companions over. I will suppress you all by myself." Lan Zilu sneered. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You think too much. There's no need to go through so much trouble to deal with you. Let's have a battle of life and death." After this battle, only one person could survive. Countless people were in an uproar, feeling as if they had gone crazy. A battle of life and death. Did this guy really not want to live anymore? The people from the Dragon Palace were also stunned. Lan Zilu sneered coldly. "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." He was really furious. He admitted that the other party was strong, but compared to him, there was still a huge gap. Today, he would take advantage of this opportunity to kill this potential enemy. After all, the other party's talent was too strong. If he was given 10 years, he might really be able to threaten him. Since he had decided, Let's sign the life and death contract. Lin Xian had already heard about the battle of life and death from Yu Ren. Naturally, he knew what to do. He bit his finger and used his blood to write the life and death contract in the air. The battle of life and death was up to fate. No one was allowed to interfere. I will fulfill your wish. Lan Zilu also walked out. He also wrote the life and death contract. 2 life and death contracts were imprinted in the air. Countless people gasped. A battle of life and death was about to begin. The 2 life and death contracts quickly merged and flew into the sky. In the 3rd palace, Yun Shao looked at the scene and felt his scalp go numb. The battle of life and death had already begun. It was impossible to escape. The nimble snake youth had fainted from fright. Now that he had regained consciousness, he fainted once again when he saw Lin Xian about to engage in a battle of life and death. Lan Zilu walked up and snorted. Originally, I wanted to give you a few moves, but since this is a battle of life and death, I won't be merciful. Show me all your powerful trump cards. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even be able to block a single move from me. As his voice fell, an icy aura surged from his body. It was extremely terrifying. It formed a few ice dragons that bared their fangs and claws. The 7 ice dragons seemed to have been resurrected. Previously, Lan Jiu was able to form 2 ice dragons and was already ranked 9th. Lan Zilu's strength was much stronger than Lan Jiu's. In fact, no one on the stars ranking could compare to him. Take my ultimate move. 7 killing ice dragon fist. Lan Zilu raised his fist high and pushed it forward. Endless ice laws and 7 ice dragons roared between heaven and earth as they charged forward with this punch. It's over. It's a sure kill. This was Lan Zilu's ultimate move. It seemed like he wasn't going to hold back. The people from Dragon Palace sneered. This kid is an idiot. How dare he offend Senior Brother Liu? Let's see how he'll die. More people sighed. Lin Xian was a top-notch genius. If he was given 10 years, he would have grown to a terrifying extent. However, Lin Xian was too arrogant. They were afraid that he would fall today. Even Nailin Liang, Lu Yuan, Fu Hongye, and the rest were nervous. Lin Xian shook his head slightly when he sensed the attack. Is this the best you can do? You've really disappointed me. It's much worse than I expected. Your attack isn't even worthy of me taking action. I can destroy it with a look. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. There was a golden radiance flickering in his eyes. What was this guy saying? Did he know how terrifying this punch was? Could it be that he was scared silly? The people from Dragon Palace laughed heartily. This kid knew that he was going to die, so he gave up resisting? Lan Zilu snorted coldly. His strongest attack was weak? What a joke. When Lin Xian went to hell, he would know what despair was. Thinking of this, the power in his body became even more terrifying. The punch arrived in front of Lin Xian. There was a golden radiance condensing in Lin Xian's eyes. Reincarnation lightning. Buzz. With a glance, it could see through everything. Lan Zilu's pupil shrank. In the next moment, he felt an extremely terrifying soul energy entering his mind. Then it tore his soul into pieces. Chapter 4798. The storm between heaven and earth was still dancing, but the punch had stopped. It was less than a meter in front of Lin Xian. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Why did it stop here? Could it be that an accident had occurred? The people from Dragon Palace snorted. What accident could there be? Senior Brother must have wanted to suppress him first before torturing him to death. Lan Ziu's lips curled up into a smile. Her brother was much more powerful than the other party. There would definitely be no problem. But soon, the smile on her face froze. Everyone was stunned. Some were even dumbfounded. In the arena in front, the light in Lan Zilu's eyes disappeared and turned gray. His body landed on the ground. With a plop, the ground shook. The 7 ice dragons turned into ice and snow and dissipated. God, what's going on? Everyone was stunned. Yin Xiao was stunned too. He secretly probed with his soul. Then he roared in horror and knelt on the ground. Dead. He felt that Lan Zilu's soul aura had disappeared without a trace. There was no sign of life. He was going crazy. Dead. That's impossible. The others were discussing and probing. Then they roared in shock. God, I can't feel any signs of life. His soul has disappeared. Who can tell me what the hell is going on? The people from Dragon Palace went crazy. They rushed forward and probed carefully. Their bodies swayed and some even spat out blood. Some even fainted. How is that possible? Senior Brother Zilu is really dead. At that moment, everyone's mind went blank. They couldn't imagine that someone could kill Lan Zilu with a look. On the mountain peak in the distance, Bai Li Fei snorted when he saw this. A bunch of idiots. How could Lan Zilu be Lin Xian's opponent? One had to know that even he had been defeated twice by his opponent. This little martial uncle was too terrifying. Lu Yuan and Hong Yi were both stunned. What level has Lin Xian reached? They looked at the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon said, I don't know either. He's unfathomable. These people are no match for him. No, brother. Lan Jiu rushed over like a madman and threw himself at Lan Zilu's side. She had gone crazy. She had never thought that her brother, whom she was so proud of, would actually die. Moreover, he was killed by a single glance. She was on the verge of collapse. Damn it, it's you. I'll kill you. She roared angrily and sent out 2 ice dragons to attack Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood there without dodging at all. When the 2 ice dragons hit his body, they were directly burned to ashes by the 9 Yang divine fire. The rebounding force also sent Lan Jiu flying, his entire arm turning into a bloody mist. How could this be? Lan Jiu was horrified. Her full-powered attack couldn't even break through the opponent's defense? The difference was too great. The others were also terrified. They all looked up to Lin Xian. He was simply a godlike existence. It was laughable that they had previously thought that Lin Xian was a coward. Now, they understood that Lin Xian was just too disdainful to make a move. Most likely, there weren't many people on the Jade list who could make this fellow take action. Could it be that this guy was going to directly enter the Profound Board? Countless people went crazy. Previously, Lan Jiu had reached the Profound Board in a year. The 9th on the stars ranking was already shocking enough. However, Lin Xian now had the combat strength of the Profound Board, and he had also reached the Profound Board in a year. This was simply heaven-defying. In the history of the Path Sect, there were probably no more than 3 people with such combat strength. One of them was the Dragon Prince. Could this guy have the talent of an emperor? Countless people exclaimed. It seemed that the Path Sect would not be too peaceful in the future. With such a heaven-defying powerhouse and an enemy of the Dragon Palace, they could imagine how many battles would break out in the future. Damn it, this guy killed Senior Brother Zilu. Kill him and avenge Senior Brother. The people of the Dragon Palace went crazy. In an instant, many people charged towards Lin Xian. Behind them, the Crimson Dragon roared. Do you think we don't exist? He rushed out and waved his dragon claws. At the same time, he slashed forward with his dragon saber. The toad also jumped out. Poison them to death. He shot out poison that filled the sky. Nalin Liang Yurin, Fu Hongye, and Lu Yuan also attacked. They stood beside Lin Xian and fought in all directions. Lin Xian did not attack. He stood with his hands behind his back. Everyone was shocked. If Lin Xian did not attack, the Dragon Palace would not be a match at all. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. Other than Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the Toad could definitely sweep through everything. Even Nalin Liang, Yurin, and the 2 newcomers were on par with the Dragon Palace. Damn it, how was this possible? Were the people around Lin Xian all monsters? Lan Ziu flew over again and attacked Lin Xian. In the end, he was sent flying by the Crimson Dragon's saber. His body was almost split in half. Was she crazy? She couldn't even defeat a single dragon? Haha, I said I would teach you a lesson. Now have a taste of my power. The toad also flew over. Divine Toad Fist. In the end, Lan Ziyu vomited blood again. Everyone was going crazy. The goddess in their eyes was being beaten up by a toad. Lan Ziyu even had the heart to die. She was ranked 9th. She had her pride. What a joke. She felt that she was pitifully weak. She was no different from a worm. At this moment, Lin Xian coldly snorted. A pair of golden eyes appeared between heaven and earth, looking down at everyone. The people from the Dragon Palace felt their souls burning. They screamed and knelt on the ground. They struggled frantically. It was too terrifying. Just one look from the other party was enough to sweep them away. No one dared to attack again. The Crimson Dragon and the others also came back and sneered. What Dragon Palace? It was just SOO. The surrounding people were stunned. The experts on the stars list were also frightened. Even the experts on the jade list were shocked. More and more people rushed over. They knew that from today onwards, a powerful force would rise in the Dao sect. And this force was something that everyone had to respect. Lin Xian looked down and said loudly, "From now on, I will establish my own force, the Divine Abode. I welcome all geniuses to join the Divine Abode." Lin Xian's voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Countless people were shocked. Was he going to establish his own force? It was unbelievable. Some people gasped. No wonder he wanted to attack at this time. He was ruthlessly trampling on the Dragon Palace's face. Then he would use this advantage to establish his own divine abode and attract countless geniuses to join. In an instant, many people were tempted. Such a rising genius, and it was just established. If they joined, they would definitely be senior figures in the future. But at this moment, a cold voice came from the 9 heavens. Let's see who dares to join. Chapter 4799. The voice that came from the 9 heavens was abnormally terrifying, causing the surrounding people's blood to churn and their bodies to crack. Their scalps went numb. Who was it? It was too terrifying. The toad and the others also looked up. Lin Xian also frowned. He could feel a powerful force descending. An expert had arrived. A figure descended from the 9 heavens. He was tall and sturdy, surrounded by dragon chi that turned into 9 true dragons. Below his feet were tens of thousands of streams of dragon blood, as if the dragon god had been resurrected. Was it the dragon prince? The toad gritted his teeth. Lin Xian also frowned, but soon he realized that it wasn't the dragon prince. He had seen the dragon prince during the coronation, but the person in front of him was different. But even if it wasn't the dragon prince, it was still an extremely terrifying existence in the dragon clan. The people of the Dragon Palace also struggled to stand up. Seeing the figure descending, hope returned to their eyes. "Crown Prince, please help. Crown Prince, he's too arrogant. Not only did he injure us, but he also killed Senior Brother Zilu. Crown Prince, you must suppress him. Tear him into pieces." Roars came one after another. The surrounding people also exclaimed. He was the Dragon Prince of the Dragon Palace. Who was the Dragon Prince? Lin Xian frowned. He only knew of the Dragon Prince. Why was there another Dragon Prince? Yurin said. The Dragon Prince was the son of the great emperor. He had been sleeping for countless years and had just woken up. And this Dragon Prince was the son of the Dragon Sea Lord. He was a genius of the current era. Lin Xian understood. This Dragon Prince was equivalent to the top geniuses of the Light and Yi Wu Dao. Perhaps the Dragon Clan's bloodline was also very terrifying. The Crimson Dragon also gritted his teeth. The Dragon Sea Prince? I've heard of him. Dragon Sea also had the Dragon Clan. The Black Sea naturally heard of them and even had dealings with them, but they had never seen him before. Now it was the first time they saw him. A cold-killing intent appeared in his eyes. The Dragon Sea Prince, Long Ao, also turned his head and stared at the crimson dragon. His pupils shrank. The other party's dragon blood didn't seem to be weaker than his. Who was this person? Then he snorted and said loudly, "No matter who you are, you will die if you dare to challenge the Dragon Palace. Now, kneel on the ground obediently and wait for our orders." "Just you?" The crimson dragon snorted coldly. His roar shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Countless people were terrified. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated this dragon. This guy's dragon blood seems to be weaker than the Dragon Crown Prince. What kind of divine being was this? The Dragon Prince snorted coldly. "You want to compete with me in terms of bloodline?" He took a step forward. The 9 true dragons roared together. Their dragon blood clashed between heaven and earth, and everyone felt as if their souls were about to be destroyed. It was too scary. The Dragon Clan was indeed a legendary divine beast clan. Just the power of their bloodline alone was enough to make everyone despair. At this time, Lin Xian walked out and looked ahead. "Dragon Prince, right? It seems that other than Longwu, you have the final say in the Dragon Palace. All right, I'll inform you now. I'm about to open up my divine palace. From now on, the place where my divine palace is, your Dragon Palace will disappear. Do you understand?" The surrounding people went crazy. Is this guy going to continue being arrogant? This time he challenged the Dragon Crown Prince. This Dragon Crown Prince was completely different from Lan Zilu. Both of them were worlds apart in terms of status and strength. The Dragon Crown Prince was ranked first on the Jade board. He had the top bloodline of the Dragon Clan and was extremely powerful. Although he was ranked first on the Jade board, it was said that his strength was enough to enter the Xian board. However, he was unwilling to go. Such a person's strength was extremely terrifying. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to compete with the Dragon Crown Prince. "Kid, do you want to die?" Long Ao snorted and stared coldly at Lin Xian. The sky was filled with killing intent and dragon blood. He wanted to use his bloodline power to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body burned with divine fire. He was like a god of war, blocking all the power outside. He said coldly, "If it was Long Wu, it might be possible. But with just you? You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Get lost." "Kid, I didn't expect such an arrogant person like you to come out from the True Path sect. I want to see if you can block one of my attacks." Long Ao roared. He stretched out a finger, and the 9 dragons coiled around his body pointed out. Although it was just a casual attack, it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, all the experts present felt their blood run cold. Even some of the experts on the Xian board kept retreating. Too powerful. Lin Xian was unfathomable. "It's over. This kid is dead for sure." He Yunxiao closed his eyes. This time, there would be no more accidents. Lan Ziyu revealed a sinister smile. All right. She wanted to see Lin Xian fall with her own eyes. The others were in an uproar. They felt that Lin Xian was unwise to challenge the Dragon Crown Prince now. "Fight with me? All right, I'll give it a try. How strong is the Dragon Crown Prince?" Lin Xian snorted when he felt the power of the dragon blood in his opponent's body. Behind him, the image of a dragon also appeared. It was a sword dragon. It stood facing the sky, and the scales on its body transformed into divine swords. They pierced through the clouds. Lin Xian raised his right hand and shouted. The sword came. The sword dragon behind him roared, and the dragon scale soared on its body, soared into the sky, and fell into Lin Xian's hand. With a clang, Lin Xian slashed forward with his sword. It collided with the 9 dragon fingers. Thousands of lightning bolts fell, and the entire void was completely shattered. At this moment, it was like the end of the world. The 9 dragons roared. Everyone's blood was boiling, and the weaker ones had already vomited blood. Even the experts' faces were pale. The 9 dragons and 1 finger were enough to destroy everything. However, under this sword suddenly cracked. Lin Xian's sword was biting cold. It was like lightning, and with one slash, the 9 dragon fingers were shattered. The whole world was split into 2. Impossible. Countless people were shocked. The people of the Dragon Palace widened their eyes. This sword turned into an eternal memory in their hearts. After one sword, the Dragon Crown Prince's figure was split into 2. Not only that, the earth spread into the distance, forming a huge canyon with no end in sight. The power of one sword was terrifying. Was he dead? The Dragon Crown Prince was dead. Someone exclaimed. He Yunxiao suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the broken body in front of him in disbelief. How was this possible? In his knowledge, the Dragon Crown Prince was a godlike existence. With a stomp of the other party's foot, countless experts would fall. But now he was killed by a sword? Lan Jiu knelt on the ground, her body trembling. Her face was full of despair. Even someone as strong as the Dragon Crown Prince couldn't block a sword? The toad laughed. What Dragon Crown Prince? An ant-like existence. How dare he compete with us? The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. Our divine abode will rise, and the Dragon Palace will be destroyed. Chapter 4800. This scene shocked countless people. Is the Dragon Prince really dead? On a distant mountain peak, Bai Li Fei also frowned. The Dragon Prince underestimated his opponent too much. Qing Feng said, "It's an avatar." Bai Li Fei was stunned. Then he said, "No wonder. I don't think he's that weak." However, an avatar was different from a clone. It was very difficult to form an avatar. Now that he had destroyed an avatar, his heart must be bleeding. Qing Feng also said that he underestimated his opponent. The two of them were talking about what was ahead. Lin Xian frowned. So it's just an avatar. He looked at the sky and said coldly, "A mere avatar dares to fight against me? Wait until your real body comes." The toad sighed. The Crimson Dragon also snorted. It would be too easy for this guy to die like this. Don't worry, we'll play with him slowly in the future. The others also exclaimed. So it's an avatar. However, it was much stronger than a clone. The avatar was equivalent to the opponent coming in person. Even so, it was still killed. Moreover, the Dragon Prince must have been injured by the destruction of his avatar. This Lin Xian is really terrifying. His real combat strength is definitely not weaker than the Dragon Prince. He has only been here for a year, and he already has such power. Could it be that his target is the Dragon Prince? He could very well become the second Dragon Prince. The people of the Dragon Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. The Dragon Prince is not dead. However, they still gritted their teeth. The person in front of them is a peerless enemy. The Dragon Palace will be in trouble in the future. Leave quickly. The people of the Dragon Palace have lost a lot of face this time. A stars-ranking genius was crippled. Lan Jilu was killed, and even the avatar of the Dragon Prince was killed. They will probably become a laughing stock. Therefore, they were too ashamed to stay here. The group hurriedly packed up and fled in panic. "Ha, get lost." The toad laughed behind them. Lin Xian led the group back to the third palace. In the third palace, the spirit snake youth woke up again. When he saw Lin Xian return, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground and begged for mercy. He Yunxiao also said respectfully, "Previously I had eyes but failed to see. I didn't know how strong young master was. I hope young master can give me a way out." There was nothing he could do. Although he was also a proud genius in front of Lin Xian, he had no choice but to lower his head. Lin Xian didn't care about this at all. These two people were like air to him. He looked at Yan Ruyu, smiled, and said, "How is it? Are you tired from sitting?" Yan Ruyu stood up with a smile after watching a wonderful performance. The people outside were also preparing to leave, but at this moment a roar came from afar. Amidst the endless changes in the wind and clouds, a powerful figure charged over. There was still blood on this person's body. It was obvious that he was injured. After he arrived, he roared angrily, "Despicable ant, you dare to kill my incarnation? I'm going to send you to the 9 layers of hell." Everyone's blood froze. Had the Dragon Prince come in person? Could it be that a great war was about to break out? Countless people stopped and looked up at the sky. Inside the palace, Yun Xiao and the others nearly fainted from fright. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He strode out and said coldly, "Why? Do you want to be killed by my sword? And with just you?" He roared, and with a stomp of his feet, thousands of dragons roared, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Lin Xian snorted coldly, "Wasn't your incarnation killed by my sword? How much stronger can your incarnation be? It's easy to kill you." Lin Xian's words completely angered the Dragon Prince. Long Ao rushed down. "Then come, I'll suppress you." Killing intent surged from his body. At the same time, he held a dragon hammer in his hand. The terrifying aura made countless people's scalps go numb. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Xian took a step forward, and his body also emitted a terrifying killing intent. There was a terrifying dragon shadow, sword, qi, circling around him. Countless people were shocked. Is there really going to be a battle? Even Qing Feng and Bai Li Fei in the distance became nervous. The Dragon Prince's true body wasn't weaker than them. In fact, he was even stronger. Long Ao, stop. At this moment, a voice rang out. "Who dares to stop me?" Long Ao roared and turned his head to look. In the next moment, he was stunned. He saw a woman in a snow-white robe standing beside Lin Xian, like the goddess of the 9 heavens. "Who are you?" He frowned. He felt that the other party was unfathomable and mysterious. The woman in white said, "I'm Yan Ruyu. I told you to stop." Who is this woman? How dare she speak to the Dragon Prince like this? The surrounding people were shocked. Even Yun Xiao was stunned. Could it be that this woman has a great background? Previously, he only thought that Lin Xian was powerful. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. This was the first time they had heard of this name, but when this name fell into the Dragon Prince's ears, it was like thunder. Long Ao's pupils constricted. "It's you." Although he had never seen her before, he had heard of the name Yan Ruyu. When he came out to train, his father had told him that there were some people that he couldn't provoke. Among those names, one of them was Yan Ruyu. He didn't know her true identity, but it was said that she was not weaker than the emperor, so he couldn't provoke her. He didn't expect that she would appear here and stand beside Lin Xian. It really made him gnash his teeth. Although he really wanted to make a move, his father's warning kept echoing in his mind. He snorted coldly, "Kid, you're very lucky. This time, I'll give face to the fairy. But the next time we meet, I'll personally send you to hell. You're the one who's lucky." Lin Xian also sneered, "I'll let you live for a while longer. Damn it, just you wait." Long Ao shouted coldly. He rushed into the sky and disappeared. Is he going to leave just like that? Countless people were shocked and looked at Yan Ruyu. Who is this woman? She can scare the Dragon Prince away with just a few words? Yun Xiao fell to the ground with a plop. How dare I have such thoughts about such a person? He's too reckless. Thinking of this, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. That woman and Lin Xian were listed as existences that he couldn't provoke in his life. In the future, he would respect them as if they were gods. Lin Xian looked around and said loudly again. The spiritual abode had been opened, and he looked forward to all the powerhouses and geniuses joining. The spiritual abode will definitely not treat you unfairly. After saying that, he led Yan Ruyu, the Crimson Dragon, and the others into the sky and returned to the spiritual abode. Both sides left, but the matter didn't calm down. Instead, it quickly spread. For a moment, the entire Path sect was incomparably shocked. Everyone was talking about this battle, especially about Lin Xian's 3 shocking moves. The people on the star list were stunned. They could only look up to such a person. The people on the Jade list felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian and the others couldn't fight against him. However, the people around Lin Xian made them feel like they were facing a great enemy. Even the people on the Xian list personally came out to investigate. It wouldn't be long before such a person challenged the Xian list. Chapter 4801. After returning, Lin Xian, Lu Yuan, and Hongya had a good gathering. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. A small banquet was held in the divine abode. Lin Xian and the others took out supreme-grade spirit fruits and spirit wine. The Crimson Dragon even went out to hunt a few demon sages and came back to make barbecue. Good wine, good food, and peerless fairies. Yen Ryu sat there like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. She was beautiful. There was a smile on her lips as she quietly watched Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was talking with Fu Hongye and the others. How long have you been out? Where are the others? Are they still in the Xiantian pavilion? Fu Hongye said that the two of us came out to train first. We haven't been to the Xiantian pavilion for a long time. However, we agreed that when we were strong enough, we would leave the Xiantian pavilion to train. It's about time. They should have set off too. By the way, Uncle Master, is there any news about Master? Fu Hongye asked. Lin Xian said that there was no news for the time being. However, with the laws that senior brother had grasped, he could protect himself. That was indeed the case. Unparalleled Sage King cultivated the law of devouring and inherited it from Lord Alcohol. Ordinary Sage Kings were no match for him. He probably had a fortuitous encounter and had grown to an unknown extent. Lin Xian believed that there would be a day when they would meet again. Next, everyone discussed some matters regarding the divine abode. Lin Xian planned to let Lu Yuan, Fu Hongye, and the others run it. He was mainly in charge of cultivation to fight against the Dragon Prince and even the Dragon Prince in the future. The Crimson Dragon and the others were in charge of the challenge. Nalin Liang Yurin and the others would also fight with all their might. Although there weren't many people now, they believed that the divine abode would definitely grow into a towering tree in the future. They would even trample everything under their feet. The divine abode was filled with joy, but the atmosphere in the Dragon Palace was oppressive. Everyone's scalps were numb. They didn't dare to speak. There were two figures in front of them. One was the crippled Wang Zhonglo, and the other was the fallen Lan Zilu. This was something that had never happened since the establishment of the Dragon Palace. More importantly, there was a crazy roar coming from the palace in the valley ahead. That voice made everyone feel as if their bodies were about to split open. They knew that the Dragon Crown Prince was angry. There were a few crystal dragon palaces in the valley. They were magnificent. However, cracks had appeared on them. Even the void in the valley was shattering into nothingness. The Dragon Prince stood in the crack and roared towards the sky. He was really mad. In his opinion, other than the Dragon Prince, he was not afraid of anyone. Even the experts on the Xian ranking didn't dare to challenge or offend him. But now, a person who had just joined the True Path sect a year ago had slapped Dragon Palace in the face and killed his incarnation. He even had Yen Ryu's help. He couldn't do anything. He was about to go mad with anger. He swore that one day he would personally capture the other party and let him know what despair was. Not only did the news spread widely among the disciples, even the elders were alarmed. The place where the elders were at was the core area of the Dao sect. At this moment, several elders were playing chess. A red-clothed elder said that he heard that an incredible little fellow had appeared recently. He had even killed Long Ao's clone. Looks like he's also a heaven-defying genius. Another elder put down a chess piece. He wore a black robe and smiled faintly. Now, martial Dao is flourishing. Our Dao sect has produced talented people, a green-clothed elder who was watching the game said. However, this person's talent was only on par with Long Ao. He was still a little lacking compared to Long Wui. The future of our Dao sect still depends on Long Wui. As soon as he said that, the other elders nodded. Indeed, an emperor's son was enough to suppress everything. The red-clothed elder smiled. With Long Wui as the leader, together with the Dragon Prince and Lin Xian, they could form a powerful young team. They had a chance to surpass the others. Don't underestimate others. Kunping-zi is very strong. I heard that the other two orthodoxies had also recruited many amazing people. For example, the Yi family's sacred body, and the ancient, desolate body of the other ancient families. Those people were all very talented. This is a world of great competition. The black-clothed elder said, I heard that in Taiching Ancient City, after the recovery of the Purple Mansion, the geniuses from thousands of years ago also revived. There were even experts from tens of thousands of years ago who appeared. It was said that it was related to the opportunity to become an immortal. No one knew if it really appeared this time. Hearing this, the elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were burning with passion, and they began to discuss again. On the other side, Qing Feng and Bai Lifei came to the outside of the divine mansion again. They wanted to see Lin Xian. In the end, they were directly rejected. Their faces were ugly. Bai Lifei gritted his teeth. Damn brat, why are you so arrogant? Although he lost to Lin Xian, so what? This time, the one who favored Morong Qingqing was the most powerful genius of the heavenly Peng clan. He was comparable to an emperor's son. It would be a piece of cake for him to defeat his opponent. Just wait, you'll regret it. Bai Lifei gritted his teeth and left. Qing Feng also snorted coldly. She had never been rejected before. Their faces darkened as they left. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He looked at Yan Ruyu in the mansion and said, Are you leaving? It's about time. I have to go back. Don't worry, we'll meet again if fate wills it. I'll be in the Demon Emperor Mountain. I also know that you're in the Dao sect. I'll let you know if there's anything. Okay, take care. Lin Xian nodded. After that, Yan Ruyu left, and so did Lin Xian. After absorbing the connate spirit fire, his strength had increased again. He was preparing to go to the sacred Abyss Tower to cultivate again. But before he left, Nailin Liang and the others came back to talk about something. So they had to start accepting missions. If they didn't take the initiative to accept, they would be assigned a mission by the Dao sect. Lin Xian said, Okay, you do as you see fit. Let me know when you've chosen a mission. With that, he left and went to the sacred Abyss Tower. There weren't many people in the sacred Abyss Tower, but every one of them was a peerless expert. At this moment, the discussion about Mad God gradually died down. First of all, they had investigated everything, but didn't find any clues. Secondly, after Mad God reached the 3,000th rank, he didn't make any more moves. Therefore, everyone thought that he wouldn't be able to increase his ranking in a short period of time. Therefore, the discussion died down. However, there were still a few people talking about him. When Lin Xian entered the main hall, he heard two people talking next to him. They were guessing who Mad God was. Lin Xian smiled. These people probably wouldn't have thought that the famous Mad God had walked past them. Not long after Lin Xian entered the sacred Abyss Tower to cultivate, a cry of surprise came from the main hall. Look, there's a change in the honor roll. And it's a huge change. Countless people exclaimed and looked over. Someone had reached the 2,300th rank. Who was it? Was it Mad God? Chapter 4802. The change in the glory leaderboard made them want to go. They realized that it wasn't Mad God, but Six Paths. They were familiar with this name. He was ranked around 2,500 before, and now his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. This Six Paths must be a great sage from the Six Paths Gate. He was a very young great sage. This person was very strong and might become a sacred leader in the future. Many people were talking about him. Someone said, Look, his ranking is still changing. Is he trying to get to the top 2,000? Countless people were shocked. On the 40th floor, a man used the Six Paths divine fist and fought in all directions. Around him, the sky shook. There were 6 shadows around him, as if they were connected to 6 worlds. His fists were unstoppable. Finally, he successfully reached the 40th floor. On the 41st floor, he was defeated and ranked 2000. The scattered cultivator of 6 paths smiled. This was beyond his expectations. He was very happy to be ranked 2000. He walked out proudly. When he came to the main hall, he saw countless people looking at him with admiration and exclaiming. 6 paths was very satisfied. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked for a cultivation room in the main hall to recover. At the same time, on the 31st floor, Lin Xian's figure appeared. This was where he left last time. Now he wanted to fight again. Lin Xian was stronger than before, so he quickly broke through. 31st floor, 32nd floor, 33rd floor. The higher he went, the more shocked he was. One had to know. In the past, Lin Xian would break through 10 floors at a time, but now he was breaking through 1 floor at a time. His speed was very slow. He didn't know how terrifying the top few floors were. Even so, his speed was enough to shock everyone. Outside, countless people in the main hall were shocked. Look, the leaderboard is changing again. What? That's impossible. Another expert has appeared? Who is it? They all looked over. Then they exclaimed, Mad God, it's that mad God again. How did his ranking rise so quickly? He was breaking through to the 40th floor. Oh my God, how long has it been since the last time? This guy can improve so much. Did he improve by leaps and bounds recently? Or did he hide his strength last time? No one knew. But this kind of rapid change in the rankings was really shocking. It was even faster than when the 6 paths loose cultivator broke through. He was already in the 2,300th position. Was he going to aim for the 2,000th position? It was too unbelievable. Look, he's now ranked 2,001st. Countless people became nervous. Then their eyes widened as they realized that Mad God's ranking had finally risen to the 2,000th place. 6 paths, who was originally in the top 2,000, was pushed down. He became number 2001. This Mad God was simply too heaven-defying. They all knew how powerful the 6 paths loose cultivator was. After all, he practiced the 6 paths fist and had a terrifying physique. But even so, he was still squeezed out by the Mad God. They were getting more and more curious. Who exactly was this Mad God? The 40th floor. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he heaved a sigh of relief. This time he was under a lot of pressure, especially from the 40th floor onwards. Lin Xian did not continue. He had already seen that his ranking had risen by 1,000, which was enough for now. This time he would be able to exchange for even more resources. If he took out these resources, even a great sage would be jealous. But for Lin Xian, it was only enough for him to maintain his normal cultivation. Both the 9-yang divine body and the great dragon, Sword Soul, required too much. If he could not obtain so many resources, his cultivation speed would be greatly reduced. But fortunately, with the existence of the Sacred Gulf Tower and some cultivation resources from the True Path sect, Lin Xian could handle it for now. After collecting all the resources, Lin Xian left. There was a huge difference between the 2,000th place and the 2,000th place. Every 1,000th place was a gradient. Lin Xian's 2,000th place was the beginning of a gradient, so he received an additional reward. He could use his identity token to exchange for the reward at the Sacred Origin Tower. Sure enough, he exchanged for a generous reward. Ancient movement technique, Skywalk Step. After cultivating it to greater mastery, one's speed would be extremely fast. Lin Xian was surprised. This was good stuff. After deactivating the Skywalk Step, Lin Xian arrived at the main hall. At this moment, countless people in the main hall had gone crazy and were discussing everywhere. They all felt that the Mad God was definitely a great sage, and an extremely terrifying one at that. So, when Lin Xian's young face appeared, they all ignored him. It was impossible for him to be a young man. Lin Xian shrugged. Well, let these people guess. It would save him some trouble. He used St. Crystals to exchange for a cultivation room and began to recover while cultivating the Skywalk Step. At the same time, in another cultivation room, the Six Paths itinerant cultivator opened his eyes and stood up. He had finished recovering and was about to go out to exchange for a reward. He was ranked 2000th, so he could exchange for a special reward. He wondered what it would be. He was looking forward to it. After coming out, he frowned slightly because he realized that the people in the main hall were very crazy and were shouting something. Was it because of the change in his ranking? The Six Paths itinerant cultivator was pleased. But when he listened, he realized that they were not shouting for him, but for the mad god. Who was the mad god? The Six Paths itinerant cultivator frowned. He felt that the mad god could not be compared to him at all. A bunch of ignorant people. He sneered and went to the Holy Gulf Tower to exchange for a reward. But when he arrived, he found that the reward had already been claimed. How is that possible? The Six Paths itinerant cultivator exclaimed. I didn't claim the reward. Did someone pretend to be me and claim the reward? You must look into it. The person in charge of exchanging for the reward was also a divine general. He frowned slightly and waved his hand. The glory leaderboard appeared. The divine general said, "You are not qualified to exchange for a reward, so there is no need for us to investigate." Not qualified? How is that possible? I am ranked 2000th. Logically speaking, I am qualified to receive a special reward. Divine General Sheng Yuan shook his head. No, you are ranked 2000th. All right, leave now. Keep working hard and you will reach 2000th one day. When the time comes, you will be rewarded. With that, the divine general closed the door. How is that possible? I am ranked 2000th? The Six Paths itinerant cultivator was stunned. He remembered that he was ranked 2000th before he went into seclusion. There was no mistake. Could it be that the divine general lied to him? He wanted to enter, but he did not dare to. Divine General Sheng Yuan's strength was too terrifying. If he offended the divine general, he would offend the Holy Gulf Tower. I want to see who it was that made a mistake on my name list. The Six Paths itinerant cultivator turned around and rushed to the main hall below. There was a complete list there. At that moment, countless people were still exclaiming and discussing. They could not believe what had just happened.